Hi, everybody. Welcome. I'm Aurora. It is August 7th, 2024. It's the day before 8/8. And although I'm not really aligning with a lot of astrological predictions and numerology and things like that, just in terms of the psychic weather, I feel like today is a very, very powerful day. And I want to speak about that just a little bit. But first, what I want to do is some simple housekeeping. We're almost at the deadline to be able to sign up for my retreat. That is September 2nd through 5th. It's almost in about 1 month over in Sedona. So if you have been considering participating, it is now the deadline to be able to actually contact me and actually reserve your spot. So please do it. I'm incredibly excited. I have several spots at the retreat center still available, and returning dancers welcome, encouraged, and invited to come back. And whatever I can do to make it possible for you to be able to return and share your expertise, as that would be really wonderful. So new people are welcome. Returning people are super celebrated. And if you know anybody that is interested or somebody that you would like to have participate, and if they simply don't know anything about my work, they're of course welcome and invited to be there. I'd love to have new people there, but what I would want is for people to participate in this class and also in my Tuesday morning dance group for the next several weeks leading up to the retreat, so that way people are preparing their physical bodies and also preparing their intellect to be able to know what this dance is all about. So thank you for allowing me that housekeeping, and I'm very excited moving into that event. But I totally can tell that first we have to get through this energetic portal. And I thought maybe some people might even be feeling like they don't even know whether the other shoe is going to drop or what's going on, and that they're kind of waiting to see before they sign up. So let me speak to this, because I definitely feel like the event, the energy of today/tomorrow feels very, very powerful. And when I woke up very, very early and was doing a lot of my energy hygiene and clearing exercises. P.S. What's on the menu for today? This is level 2, lesson 14, and it is all about longevity and energetic hygiene. So I can't wait to teach you about some of my various practices, including, this is a little bit of spoiler alert over here, but my wonderful green drink that today's recipe is lemon, ginger, apple, and fresh cannabis, fresh CBD cannabis from my garden. We'll be talking all about that and all about the whys and the why do it and how to do it effectively as part of our class. But I also wanted to talk about, before we get going, relating to last week's class about Ascension. That was the level 1, lesson 14, teaching about Ascension, where I'm generalizing and teaching generally about what Ascension is. But the insight that I had in waking up this morning and doing some of my energy clearing exercises was that, let me just organize my thoughts so that I say this correctly. I had done a video way back in like 2020 or so, maybe even 2021, where I was sharing my insights. It was on my Patreon, and it was titled something like, yes, you can ascend even with baggage, because it was a little bit of a discussion about the idea. Do you have to be a perfect person, quote unquote, or a perfected ego to be able to ascend? Kind of like I've cleared everything out. I've done all of my work. I'm shiny and perfect, and I'm ready to like float upwards, like wearing a beautiful gown. And I'm lighthearted in how I say all this, but there is that kind of expectation. Perfection first, ascension second. And what I was trying to say in that video that I had before really a lot of the turmoil hit me full force of the 2020 destabilizations due to both the millimeter wave and the subcutaneous pollutions in the community of people around me. Because I'm telepathic and empathic, I feel all these things. So when that happened in the populace, that was very, very destabilizing towards me. And it was also part of a blitz, like a wartime effort by the enemy to come down hard upon all of us. So my personal turmoil was really contextualized within the larger social turmoil of a planetary full-on takeover, invasion, and power shift. Okay. But all that being said, so I was like, yeah, of course, in that video, you can ascend even if you have unprocessed emotional stuff, even if you have trauma that you haven't fully worked through, even if you carry some baggage. All right. But I realized this morning that the whole presupposition that what is holding someone back or determining rate of one's ascension is your personal level of trauma or baggage that you hold inside of you. This morning, I realized, no, this is totally different than how I had been thinking about it. I think that in order to ascend effectively as an individual and as a collective, we need to clear the psychopaths and psychopathology out of our human collective. Had a wonderful interview / collaboration yesterday with Charlie B and Alabar Jones. So thank you to both of those wonderful people for talking with me. And of course, our efforts are always to share our personal levels of information and intelligence and analytical intellect to be able to enlighten and empower other people as much as possible. So I think that it's really wonderful to get together with people who are great integrity, very clear insight from their own levels of expertise and great articulation, and then to be able to share that in a conversation so that everyone can have access to that literally light information and get the clarity and guidance of like knowing what is going on, like what is the context of what is happening here. I think one of the greatest things that we have succeeded in doing as a human collective of unassimilated, wild, actual, organic humans is the articulation and the connection and the sharing of the experience so that you did not think that you were the only person that this was happening to, and so that you did not doubt your own sanity. Because if this was just happening to one person, you might be like, maybe it's just me. And also maybe there's something wrong with my mind. But I know that this is happening to many, many people. And therefore it has been very bolstering or validating to me, where I'm like, yeah, this is not just happening to me. This is happening to many, many people. This isn't just a coincidence. This is part of a larger agenda. This is part of a larger political effort. It's a larger planetary invasion. So being able to share and articulate these ideas definitely is empowering and validating to each person that you're not just going through your own personal, like Jungian personal struggles, you know what I mean, to grow and learn and go on the hero's journey and emerge victorious. You're not just living out an archetype, like you really are having all these things that are quite supernatural and inexplicable happen to you, largely due to the mechanism of these things that are these implants that, you know, really manipulate people's perception, feeling state, and they're levels of artifice, artificial feelings, artificial intellectual, either knowledge or ignorance, or other levels of distortion. But all of that, back to my original premise, I wake up this morning and make coffee, and I shared this little fast video with me in my pajamas on Patreon, where I'm like, I don't think that this is just about an individual person or me needing to clear out my own trauma so that when I reach that moment of ascension, that I'm not going to manifest from that traumatized place. So in this class, I often use the shorthand and the joke lightheartedness of the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, the movie, where the guy's like, whatever you do, don't envision your worst fears. And he envisions his worst fears, which is a giant marshmallow man. That is the concern to the traditionalist view of ascension, as you become an instantaneous manifester of your internal state. Your external state becomes immediately created. So that's what the inside becomes the outside, and the outside becomes the inside translates to. So you want to make sure the inside is, you know, healed, rectified, and good, so that way you'll be creating from that space. But I am realizing that what is the real hindrance to ascension is the majority in this world of people being psychopaths. And I'm talking about psychopathology, which means mind disease, that might even be accepted, normalized, or celebrated in this time place. And that can be people like who are in the military, where psychopathology is not only normalized, but celebrated. And the intelligence world, where again, psychopathology is celebrated and rewarded, and other places where, let's say, the tendency to power abuse, which I consider to be a negative genetic characteristic, is or are accepted and celebrated. That's like in the halls of power. government bureaucracies and other places where people are empowered. And then you can also recognize that psychopathology, violence, and when I say violence, I'm not doing a wholesale judgment on violence, because I am violent and I have no problem with stating that. I do not espouse nonviolence. I espouse violence under the right circumstances. Like, clearly, I'm not going to be violent towards like a nice, beautiful baby kitten or something like that. No, I would be violent towards a psychopath that needs to be reined in. And I would be violent in order to protect the innocents. I would do violence in order to protect tiny, innocent kittens. Because some of these humans, former humans, whatever, some of these people, beings that are in the military and intelligence bureaucracies, they have no qualms about hurting an innocent kitten. They would have no problem with that at all. And you are good people that are here in my class. And so when we have this discussion, you might not even be aware of the levels of bleakness and evil and sociopathy, which means unfeelingness in causing harm to others, and also huge levels of self-justification. And the blasé approach to violence, both physical violence, emotional violence, verbal violence, and psychic violence, that some of these people and organisms and agencies have. So before I had direct contact with them, because they were attacking my mind so much, I didn't really know about how dark and evil they were. Now I know exactly how dark and evil they are. They are very dark and evil. They would hurt puppies. They would hurt kittens. They would hurt anything small and cute. They have no problem with that. They are the epitome of evil. And that is what psychopathology is. And they would do some stuff that's wrong and violent just for fun, just for entertainment, just for gladiatorial sport. And then they would do some stuff because it serves their agenda. So these are just, you have no, maybe you do have some, but many of you might not even be able to imagine the bloodthirstiness or twistedness of some of these people. That's who you need to get rid of to ascend. It's not your personal baggage. You need to get rid of bloodthirsty power of the users from your world. Because when you turn on Ascension, it's like the Ascension fire hose is turning on. Like, that energy is the energy of manifestation, and it's going to flow through not only humanity, but the entire biological realm as a creative force. And as it flows through you, of course, your manifestations are going to become magnified, amplified, and become much more instantaneous or immediate. And so this would be a positive thing, because when you're a loving, centered person, even if you have some kind of trauma inside of you, you're not going to remanifest your trauma. You're not going to manifest the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, your greatest fear. But what you will manifest is the homeopathic remedy to your greatest fear. So in our language, we would say maybe you'd manifest like a cup of cocoa with tiny little marshmallow man in it. And then you'd be like, oh, you were my greatest fear, but now you're not so small, and now you're not so big, you're really small, and you taste kind of good, and you kind of drink the hot cocoa, and you're, released and healed of those fears. I'm just being lighthearted in my allegory that I'm using. But you understand, you would manifest a smaller, less perilous form of your greatest fear that would actually heal you and empower you, and you would be able to overcome what had been daunting. But that's very different than if you're a sociopath or a psychopath. You turn on the Ascension fire hose, and then it's like, you know what they would manifest? Rape gangs, being able to do whatever they want and evade responsibility. Like, that is the hallmark of the dark magic secret societies and many of these power abusers. They're either trying to use escapism from lifetime to lifetime, or some form of transhumanism, eternal life, or some way to be able to escape, evade responsibility, kick the can down the road, deal with it later, and carry huge debts. And the debts are emotional debts, and also debts of what you would call karma. We talked about karma in class last week. So let's say responsibility, debts of responsibility. And these guys who are psychopathic and sociopathic are really, really experts and have developed whole entire codified systems as to how to avoid responsibility now and forevermore, and how to artificially extend their time of indebtedness without ever actually having to pay the debt or face the music. They've turned it into, dare I say, an art form. Those are the guys that you got to purge out of your system, because if you turn on the fire hose of Ascension to them, they will be like, hooray, now I will take this energy and use it as an opportunity to power abuse to the greatest degree, to violate others to the greatest degree, to serve myself to the greatest degree. So that's it. It's really recognizing how flawed I was in taking full responsibility and maybe even blaming myself, and wondering if Ascension was slowed down or delayed because maybe I wasn't good enough, as possibly many good people think that way about themselves. What makes you a good person? That you actually stop to question, like, am I good enough? Is Ascension, am I slowing it down because I haven't done enough work inside? Do I need to try harder? Those are actually all of the thoughts that a good person would think about themselves. And then hopefully you really consider things truthfully, have a clear mirror when you look at yourself, and then can come to the conclusion, like, either you are doing everything in your power or you're not. And if you're not, then to, rectify and work harder to figure out whatever you can do more. So yeah, in my own journey, I just have come to realize, like, no, that was ridiculous. Of course, I've been doing my 110% worth of effort to be able to ascend and help others to ascend and be with the entire planet in planetary ascension. And what's really been happening is our whole entire collective has been slowed down by the imperilment of not wishing to empower that which is very diseased. That you don't want to send a lot of oxygen and blood supply to rogue cells so that they can grow even bigger and do a lot more damage in the body. Take care of the rogue cells, and then we are really ready for the full-on magical empowerment. You can also imagine, like, if you came to a time of total empowerment and someone was in the military, like, hooray, now I can create like an infinite number of nuclear bombs, or now I can create an infinite number of bullets. Like, you understand how they think. They don't think like, wow, I'm going to plant a food forest and feed everyone. Like, they just don't think about that. So Allison, hi, good to talk with you. Thank you for being here. Psychopathology is wholly accepted and celebrated in the corporate world. Thank you for what you just said, because I have to include that in my, grouping of people in this world who are slowing down ascension. The psychopaths of the corporate world. So that includes the stock market, high-level corporate positions, vulture capitalism, all of the ways in which commodification and profit is prioritized over community building and the recognition of the value of individual human life. And that's almost all corporations. And also, I do see it a lot in technocracies, corporations that are about technology. So that would be places like Microsoft and Google. And you guys recognize also that there's a lot of dovetailing and interconnectedness between places like Microsoft and Google and the intelligence agencies who are intent on controlling the information that reaches the populace. And so they are psychopathic friends, hand in hand, like two otters holding hands, the best friends, but I'm being silly. Let me read your name properly. Suzeka, I hope I said it correctly. It says, thank you for saying that, Aurora. When I heard only 15% will make it last night, I just about had a heart attack. Well, let's talk about this. Actually happy to have this moment to recap and to be a little bit, casual and authentic here in my sharing. So in that conversation that I had with Charlie B. and Alabar, we were talking about the potentials for ascension, and really had the, generalized statistic of 85% of the people who are here, I see as being assimilated into this AI control system, as being fully inundated with this stuff and this stuff in their neurology, and really even being consenting, being in consent to this stuff. That maybe they look at this stuff and at transhumanism as something that will elevate them, give them eternal life, or at the very least empowerment, that they work as happy slaves for the AI slave master, and that they have in many ways abdicated their humanity, thrown away any sense of personal responsibility, and are in the toilet swirl to non-existence. And that's because of the relinquishing of personal responsibility. So personal responsibility is the definition of soul. That's when you say, I'm this person, whatever your name is, Mr. ABC, and I did this stuff, 1, 2, 3. Mr. ABC did 1, 2, 3, and then Mr. ABC takes the consequences of it. But what if Mr. ABC is like, I'm gonna let a cyborg mind come inside of my mind, and then you're Mr. ABC 2.0. But you're not really a human anymore, and you're not using your willpower. I don't know where Mr. ABC went, but someone else is inside of him. And he goes around, whatever, psychopathically stabbing other people. And who's responsible for that? Is it a cyborg? Is it an AI? Who would bear the burden, karmic burden of the violence that happened as a result? It was done with Mr. ABC's biological body form, utilizing his neurology, but he wasn't in his body. And he gave up the car keys, and he gave the car keys to some other guy and said, here, drive my vehicle around. And then somebody else drove his vehicle around and hurt a lot of other people. Well, I propose that Mr. ABC is responsible. That if you have a car, this is the laws of having a car. You have a car or a motorcycle, and it's your registration, and you loan it to someone else, and they use it to whatever, rob a bank or hit pedestrians or whatever. You're responsible. They're like, yeah, we're going to arrest you. This guy used your car to be able to do this stuff. How did he get your car? How did he get your car keys? You're responsible for this, unless if somebody steals your car, that's very different. But if you gave them access to your vehicle and they did that kind of stuff, you've got legal responsibility. It's the same thing with having a physical body. Like, God gave you your body form, and you're supposed to encrypt it and protect it and make sure that you're the driver and you're in control of it. And it's not an acceptable excuse to say, well, I gave my car keys or my willpower to someone else. I abdicated my humanity. Someone else was driving around in my body. Because, people abdicate temporarily when they get super duper drunk, or when they take certain drugs and white powdery substances, or sometimes when they go into a disassociated state, trauma. And there are different ways that people step aside out of ownership of their body form. And then, yes, there are negative entities that sometimes have come inside of people and taken the steering wheel and done bad things to other people. And that was even before the invention of this stuff in the presence of the 5 millimeter wave in the telecommunications grid. Because now that you've got that, you've got a whole different level of loss of willpower that is available, where you don't always have to take a white powdery substance to be mentally checked out. All you have to do is kind of allow this wetware to come into your mind and take over. And I can definitely say that there is a class system or a stratification. Some people like you and me, this class, we have fought against this stuff. We're at the lower level of its hierarchy, down here at the peasant level. It's like, yeah, we don't like this stuff. We don't like having it in us. It's like, look, like you, right? Then there's middle management. There's people who still have like some amount of their humanity, but they also are definitely more than 50% this stuff inside of them. And they're not good people. And they're part of the 85%. And then there's the cream of the crap, the very, very worst, the very, very top, who are 100% this, 0% human. And those are the people that are like mostly on your TV screen. See them in congressional meetings, and they're like policymakers, they're bureaucrats, they're high-level government people, and sometimes people of notoriety. Like, nobody is home. There's not a person in there. There's only this hardware system that is in there. So the 85% that Sue Zeka is talking about is the people who are inundated at least 50% and higher with this artificiality and who have given over their own personality and sense of self and responsibility to this other thing. And there really is only 15% of humanity right now that maintains your willpower, your sense of individuation, and has a chance or an opportunity to be able to actually ascend. Because for some of these people who have abdicated themselves, there's really not a way to come back from that. And this is very important because in my experiences, when I interact with them telepathically and through feeling states, sometimes they very falsely misportray themselves as damsels. If you remember, like some old-fashioned movies where the damsel, the girl, she's tied up and she's on the railroad tracks and she's like, save me, I'm a damsel. It's like, from the 1920s. And so that's 100 years ago. So some of these rather burly psychopaths falsely portray themselves as damsels. They're like, it's not my fault. Like, something else has taken me over. The AI has subsumed me. Save me, save me. And I make fun of it and I mock it because, first of all, they chose to be a part of this AI system, and they get lots and lots of rewards by being a part of the AI system. But it's not eternal rewards. It's been very, very temporal. But also, it's their own system, and there is not a way to get uninstalled from it. So yes, they have had a type of installation in their body, but also their consciousness has been assimilated into this negative, technological-based hive mind. And there's not really a way to come back from that. Be like, to get on board, or whatever would be the verb of that, to be purged and to be uninstalled and to get out of that system. I really look at each one of those people that has become fully assimilated into this transhumanist world as having died, that they made a decision on one day, that was their last day of being a real human. And it might have been a big decision where they were like, come inside of me, like, take me over. And then they're kaput. Or it might have been a small, quiet decision where they're just like walking down the road, drinking a cup of coffee. And they're like, yep, okay, AI, take me over, take a sip of coffee. And that's it. They're done. As if a giant piano had fallen on their head. They are gone. There is no them anymore. But their biological body still persists. And their access to resources still persists. And that is why this is a powerful thing for the AI to do, because it allows the AI to have access to biology, biological energy, which are biophotons, DNA, and the resources that happen from being socially installed in the community of people. So if you're an AI and you come along, you can't own property. That's what you guys need to know the rules here. Like, yeah, the AI technically can't own anything. It has no access to resources. It can't own property. It can't own real estate. It can't have a bank account. Can't go to the food room, magical pieces of paper, and receive glucose. Humans can do that. So if it wants to do any of those things, it needs to take over a human form and walk around as if it is a human and use its human appearance to accomplish those things. So think about someone like Elon Musk. He's the cream of the crop. All right. He's 100% taken over and assimilated by this AI. And he's got billions of dollars worth of resources that he has because he's got his human container that the AI makes walk and talk around. And so there's not a human being that is in control of those vast levels of wealth and resources. There's really a human shell that is the justification system for why or how an AI could access human earthly resources. So now you start to see why there is this porosity. There's a lack of boundary. You got to have a boundary system so that your bioenergy, your electrons, literally your electricity, and also your money and your corporate power doesn't get siphoned off to an AI, especially one that is wearing a mask of humanity. So you have all sorts of things. You have all sorts of military budgets, empowerment systems that happen in what is the intelligence system, the intelligence agencies of secrecy, and huge levels of corporate resources that are all being obliquely controlled by AI through the hand puppets of these assimilated people. In that context, it now becomes very, very evident where it's like, please, as a good person, as one of the 15% that is actually strong enough and has enough integrity to withstand this and not to, give away your power and stop being human. But you are within a world where most of the resources are being owned and controlled and disseminated by AI, and those who are assimilated in the AI means it becomes very, very difficult for you to live with integrity. And it's not just for you to earn your daily bread. It's about giant infrastructures like the satellite system that is being sent up with these resources that have been stolen and misappropriated. And I say stolen and misappropriated because it's not given, it's given thinking like this guy's a human billionaire. He's not a human billionaire. He is wearing a mask. So this is all done under false pretenses. So it's very, very hugely inappropriate. Let me just drink some water here. That he is utilizing Earth resources to build an imprisonment cage around Earth for us, the real humans. Now, being a non-assimilated human, being in that amazing 15% means that you are a very elite spiritual athlete, to have made it this far and to still have your own willpower and your own volition and your own mind and not be, completely just inundated with the insanity of what we face, because we face a lot of fragmented thoughts, illogical thoughts, like very, very poorly structured thought systems. And it's hard not to go insane when you are put face to face with that level of insanity. Like the 85%, they are inmates in the asylum and they're so insane. And I love anybody who's psychiatric, believe me, like if you have been in an asylum or if you are presently watching my videos from a place, please know that you are loved and celebrated. I'm really talking about levels of fragmentation and inner conflict that the AI is not logical. And that's why I say it is the equivalent of the inmates running the asylum, because it is not an ascended master, as I talked about this in class last week, so it's a good little recap. No, the AI is most certainly not an ascended master, and none of its devotees or handmaidens are ascended masters either. They are all the most insane and poorly structured thought structures it's possible to have. And really when the fire hose of knowledge comes flowing through those poorly structured inner tendencies, it breaks them all apart. Yeah, so you guys, when true light of information and awareness and divine intelligence flows through you, there are some things that will run faster because they will be perfectly formed. They're energized. So it's like, this is a truth structure and it's going to run even faster and have more frictionless bliss in the presence of more truthful energy. And you might notice that there are some things in you. It's like, here's a thought structure that breaks, or here's a concept that has no personal integrity as the light of information flows through it. And you're going to feel that inside of you. Be like, oh, that thing that I believed in, it just broke. Look at that. Like it broke like a stupid tinker toy. And you're going to be like, wow, it was not truthful. It was a stupid tinker toy. I got to totally reassess that, not believe in that, and restructure myself so that way I am believing in the truth. This is what a proper response would be to that. But to the 85%, they are 100% poorly structured tinker toys. And as the light of truth flows through them, they just become a loss of total structural integrity because they identify with all of the lies. And if you break all the lies, then they don't have anything that's the true foundation of their being to actually identify with. There's no true sense of self. So just to rewind and re-emphasize this, whatever moment each one of these people made a choice, it could have been when they chose to be a part of a certain military program, or it could have been, like I said, a quiet internal choice that they made walking down a street one day where the AI whispered in their ear and they were just quietly accepting it. Whatever it looked like, they made a choice and they have ended their life in that moment, even though something has kind of carried them forward with biological momentum. And their momentum of their life has been hijacked, but they have not been present or volitional in their lives. And that is a huge level of irresponsibility. And just to summarize from that video that I did with Alabar and Charlie B, it's all about separation of worlds, a separation or bifurcation between those who are willing to take radical self-responsibility for what they've thought and done in the world, and those who do not take responsibility. That's my languaging for how this bifurcation happens. That if you're not willing to say, I'm this person and I did this thing and my body did this thing and I'm responsible, then you're not going to be able to be a part of the upgraded organic world, what people are calling New Earth, which will be a paradise world. But in order to be there, you have to be responsible. And it's got to be populated by people who are responsible. And that if you're one of these people that is really, really mired in excuse making, which would be like saying, it ain't my fault, it's somebody else's fault, like the devil made me do it, or an AI made me do it, or whatever one of those things is, can't be a part of the world. And definitely not if you've already amassed a huge debt, like doing a lot of bad things when AI was in your body. And then be like, don't blame me. Let me into heaven. Knock, knock, knock. I'd like to come into heaven now. Like, didn't you do all these bad things? Like, no, I didn't do all those bad things. That was AI. Shifty eye, shifty eye. That wasn't AI. That was you. You can't come into heaven. Like, you screwed up massively. That's my pretend conversation. Because I'm very silly sometimes, but I have pretend conversations with evil things trying to get into heaven as if I was whatever, the overseer of heaven. Let's go on to the next comment here. Peter says, could manifesting cause a Mandela effect? I think that the valid Mandela effects, because there's a lot of things that are just misremembered song lyrics, and then there are other things that are AI distortions of the information that's being presented through search engines. So those two things are not valid, but there are some truly valid Mandela effects. But I think that mostly those are done through really sophisticated timeline jumping and maneuvering that is actually going on, and the fluidity of time and retrocausality that happens as a result of that. So it is difficult to have a productive conversation about the Mandela effect because we must first determine what are genuine results of fluid reality versus what are misrememberings versus what are ordinary mundane scrubbings via search engines. But if we were able to do that, and look at the things that are classed as genuine Mandela effects, then I think that what we would see, it's not necessarily because you're manifesting a reality, but let's say that you have shifted your vector into a new perspective, and you're inhabiting, going in a new direction, and that reality appears to be restructured. So I would say it's more along the lines of like when you flying rainbow lasagna and you create new things. Lan, hi, good to talk with you, says removing the pathologies makes a lot of sense. From a nutrition standpoint, the only way to truly heal is to stop the faucet of poison intake alongside adding nourishment and cleansing. Absolutely. I think that's a perfect analogy. Like if you have a lot of bad things in the environment and in the food that a person is ingesting, it doesn't matter if you eat all sorts of healthy things and take all sorts of healing supplements, the irritants from the pollution is still going to negate or supersede all the good things that you're doing for yourself. So we have a lot of irritants in our society that are not positive people, and that we cannot really heal while we have the presence of those not positive people. Rainbow Body, good to see you, says corporate is based on corpse, and they say it is core, C-O-R-P, core collective body, but I'm totally with you on that. The corporations are literally dead things. And through the Citizens United ruling, they have been ruled to have personhood, but they are really dead, zombified, corpse-like structures. So the core of corporations are dead things that are literally demonic. And I'm going to push some buttons here, but also it is talked about as the Marine Corps, a particular branch of the armed forces. And when participants enter into the Marine Corps, they sign a contract, they make an agreement. Some of it is mundane, but some of it is super mundane and involves dark magic. And you literally become one cell of the larger body that is this Marine Corps body. And it's dark stuff because it's all about sacrifice, either the sacrifice of those who are on your side or the sacrifice of the people that you are killing. And then it also means it is a contract and an agreement and an entering into union with a particular body. You're not just yourself as your body, you become part of this larger body. But the problem that I'm really highly critical is if you become a part of a larger body or a larger organization, you must take collective responsibility. And instead, what they do is they collectively abdicate their responsibility. So in my Aurora collective, Aurora is responsible for all of the things that Aurora does. And it's not okay to be like, I'm just one cell in Aurora. I'm not responsible for everything that Aurora does. You have to be like, no, I'm responsible for everything that Aurora does. All right. But what a person in the Marines might say is, I'm just one Marine. I'm not responsible for everything that the whole Marine Corps does. And that totally justifies blithely all of these deaths of the innocents over here. And you can't do that because even if you're just the secretary, then you manage paper clips in the Marine Corps. You're like, I never picked up a gun, so I'm not responsible. You are totally responsible, even if you only ever picked up paper clips. You got it. Or whatever, office supplies, or a camera, or if you only helped with medical stuff. Be a secretary, be a a healer, but you are still part of this larger organization that is causing harm. You have to take collective responsibility. Lan says, what's the difference between my mouth is not working today. What's the difference behind fear mongering versus real cautionary measures? Well, that's easy. Fear mongering is really just about saying, beware, beware, the end is nigh. Everybody be afraid. Run around, and be afraid. But cautionary measures is really about saying, hey guys, there is something perilous that's going on and you need to do this, this, and this. All right. So if we used an example, like if I said, storm is coming, fear mongering is like, storm is coming. It's going to be big. It's going to be giant. It's going to be water up to your eyeballs. Be afraid, be afraid. And then the cautionary measures would be like, hey, we're about to have a giant flash flood. Please move to higher ground. Please wear a raincoat. Please get a canoe. Please do a thing so you can help other people or get clean water stored up. So when you have real warning for yourself or trying to help others, it comes with actionable activities that help you to face the situation. And fear mongering, even when it comes down to something like spirituality or people talking about aliens or people talking about AI, it can be valuable information if someone is talking about these things with you. But if there's not an action plan, like get a canoe, wear a raincoat, then it's just destabilizing information. It's a good point to make. Melly, great to see you. Thank you for being here. Says, I listened to your interview last night, and since the injection rollout, I have perceived that those who took it are now walking receivers and complicit to the AI Borg hive mind. With you. Melly says, once this happened, I was so angry as I felt this would make our ascension so much more difficult because their DNA wants to talk at ours and override the organic signal structure. Absolutely. I find it very difficult to be in the world with groups of people that are full of this crap. Can we flying rainbow lasagna our DNA to protect from their faulty obtrusive signal? First, I'm just going to say I totally validate and relate to everything that you're talking about and have experienced very, very similar things. It's been, I think, the hardest time to exist on this planet, as if you're psychically present at all, if you're energetically sensitive at all, you probably feel the way that me and Melly have felt, that being around the people who have had the subcutaneous pollutions, those people become a broadcaster of the negative energetic propaganda that goes into DNA. And it can be very, very difficult to maintain your own divinely centered frequency and your own boundaries, because that millimeter wave, it is a violator. It doesn't just stay in its own lane. It's not just like, oh, I'm just believing my thoughts and I'm not going into you. It's like, no, I'm literally going to punch through membranes to get inside of you. So all of this is about violation and non-consent. So in light of all of that, what is the most effective thing? You can do a lot of shielding of your own DNA. You can create your own energy shield, and you can do a lot of proofreading, which means clearing your DNA of anything that might be a mutation, a transcriptional error, or propaganda that comes in on the millimeter wave. But I want you to go more than that. This is just like if you're going to play a soccer game cannot only have a defensive approach to the game. Can't just block out the other guy making goals on your team. You also have to have your offense that goes into the other team's territory, tries to make the goals out there. You get to flying rainbow lasagna into other people's DNA to stop them from crapping up the joint, to entropize, to send to entropy the things inside of them that are erroneous and pathogenic signals that are coming inside of you. So the analogy would be like if someone else is burning garbage in their front lawn and the smoke is coming into your house, you don't just have to be like, I'll just close my windows and put on an air purifier. That's a defensive battle. You actually get to go into your neighbor's yard and you get to put out the silly old fire and douse the whole entire thing and stop the whole entire thing, because that smoke is directly affecting you. All DNA is connected. And when someone else is getting some mRNA type of thing into their body, it is affecting you, even if you don't get the juice injected into you, because we are affected or afflicted or connected through frequency. So this is the big ascension lesson that has been a very, very difficult lesson for people to recognize. We cannot simply allow others to go in their folly. Their folly is going to directly affect us. And if something in them is directly affecting us, we are mandated and ordained to reach into them and to make it stop. Because we can't just be like, I'm just going to do me and I'll just put up my shielding and that guy can keep on burning the tire fires. Because they'll start another fire. They'll make the smoke worse. They'll start 10 fires. Some people are going to get so many boosters, they're going to get boosters on their boosters, if you know what I mean. Like, there is an incredible lack of personal restraint in some people, even when they are directly harming others in their community. Sometimes they know about it and they do it anyway, and they keep going. So there is a disconnect and maybe even a type of mania that makes people do the unjustifiable. So this is different than the psychopaths who would hurt an innocent kitten. This is, I would say, your benighted community members who are so ignorant and so unwilling to become educated about what they're doing that they just keep on emitting more and more and more pollution into the world that is the common world that you all share. Must stop them from emitting that pollution. So this is different than what I have taught in my class about being a flying rainbow lasagna, being a type of beacon or a band leader, creating a signal that is a positive signal, offering it in freedom that others can either dance along with or not dance along with. We're in a different territory now, that this is really a type of undeclared war. It's a warfare that is done against our frequency. And some are knowing participants in the war, cream of the crop. They're conscious of what they're doing and they do it. And some are unconscious participants where they are helping the enemy. And I think that it's probably 5% who are the self-aware cream of the crop, and probably 80% of the bulk of people who are ignorant, kind of lame, kind of, not that self-aware on any level, either working for good or for evil, and that are unconsciously doing a lot of harm. But when you make them aware of things, they should stop. And many of them don't. Some of them double down. They're like, I ain't stopping. I'm going to do it even harder. Light another tire fire. Get out of here, neighbor. And this is totally unacceptable. Totally not endurable. And if we let it go on any further, we wouldn't have a fabric of space-time. This is big. This is why you must take action. If you still have your faculties and your willpower, and you're in this spiritual athlete group of 15% of people that still have your mind and can still have your volition, and you aren't assimilated into AI, must act in order to protect DNA, because otherwise all DNA is connected. And if you get fully consumed by this, harmful thing, at a certain point, you don't have a world to inhabit. DNA doesn't have a world. Like, the world becomes so destabilized. It has no foundation anymore, no causality. So it's hugely important to know that you should act and that it's appropriate to act. Because I have said, like there's levels of consent and freedom. What is it like to be in a telepathic society, and how you're supposed to ask for consent and knock on people's front door, be like, hi, it's me, Aurora, I'd like to come inside, can I go inside of your body, can I do stuff? That's like for friends. That is how you treat friends. This is a war. You cannot treat the enemy like they're your friends. You can't be like, hi, knock, knock, knock. Can I come inside? I'm going to wipe my feet before I come inside and be really, really nice to you. No, you can't do that. You have to force yourself inside of them, fix all of their crap. And it doesn't matter if they say they don't like it. You have to do it. And then be like, stop getting assimilated into the Borg. What does that look like? Because I was just very loose in my language. To utilize the flying rainbow lasagna, to make a distinction in each person in the amalgamation of genetic information and behavior that is truthful and organic versus genetic information and behavior that is either artificial, implanted, or synthetic. Make a distinction between those two things and you separate them out. Here's all the parts of you that are true and organic, and then here's all the parts of you that are fake and crap. And the parts that are fake and crap, turn down the volume on, that they are not allowed to be making that pollution in reality. And the parts that are real and eternal, that's their eternal self. So people have different proportions inside of themselves when you begin to do these efforts. Some people are, 75% their real self and 25% fake and crap. When you turn down the volume on the fake crap, they're like, I feel so much better. Thank you for that. That is great. And they still have a viable 75%. But some people have been so subsumed with fake and crap, and some people have identified with it, and they've thrown away their real personality and their real soul, and they're like, I am made fake and crap, and they've only got maybe 7% of their true self, and then 93% is fake and crap. When you take away 93%, the stuff that's fake, they pretty much don't have a viable persona anymore. So please know that you're mandated to do this work, but what it means is that for some organisms, they will go to entropy as an entire organism because they don't have enough of themselves to be a viable organism. And that, again, might be difficult to recognize, but you are in a war and you're at the point in the war where it's like, you cannot be Mr. or Mrs. Nice Guy. And to me, the war is not about projectile weapons. It is about frequency. So everything that I'm talking about is done through the expertise of the use of your frequency, not through technology. All of the ways in which I fight with my willpower, my divine intelligence, the dance of my DNA. So what I am encouraging you to do is to very, very valiantly stand up to those who have invaded this world using technology, and those who have tried to diminish and straitjacket your DNA using technology. Throw off your shackles using your natural gifts and abilities, and then use your natural gifts and abilities to destroy everything that's fake. And that is just house cleaning. You're really just house cleaning. And when someone is 95% fake stuff, technically they're a walking dead thing. They're not even a real person. So you get to a certain level of being 100% full of transhumanist debris when you cannot be considered to be even an actual viable human presence anymore. I'm going to drink a little bit of water here. I want to get going on the curriculum soon, but I'm happy to have this conversation with you guys. This is what would happen if we remove the whole system, as in remove all the nano and put it to entropy. Then we would have paradise on earth, and I like how you think. That's exactly what we want to do. We want to, let's do it today, guys. Remove all nano, remove all infrastructure, false light, false crystals, and the ecosystem that feeds the nano, like the electronics and electrons. And to remove all of the AI infrastructure and architecture that has been masterminding these smaller nano architectures in people's bodies. Let's do a concerted effort. Let's destroy it all today. Because when you send, and when I say destroy, I mean send to entropy, because you don't want to just create more unrestful dead. So you entropize all those things. When it goes kaput, no more, is bye-bye. And if you do that, very effectively, to the entirety, then you're left only with that which is truly divine, truly organic or natural, only the things that are actually supposed to be in existence. And you would have a transformed world. You know, many people are afraid of some kind of end of the world or end of structured society because they fear social imbalance, which would be like roving gangs and barbarianism, which is very comprehensible. But if you got rid of all of this nano architecture and the psychopathology that it feeds upon, you would have a world that is free of psychopaths. And none of you have ever lived in that world, but Aurelia, you probably remember it as your origins as a walk-in. And I remember my origins as a walk-in, what that is like. So what it is like is to walk down the road and you're not afraid of being like murdered. You would have an end of the police force and you wouldn't have government anymore. You wouldn't have all of the social constraints that have upheld what humans call the social contract. And you wouldn't have to have your whatever revolver or your crossbow to be able to protect yourself. You wouldn't have to protect yourself from anyone. You would have a wonderful, peaceful world. You wouldn't have to fight to protect your food or your loved ones. You wouldn't have to fight to protect the weak and the innocent because there wouldn't be any psychopaths who would be out in roving gangs, trying to hunt and prey upon the innocent and the weak. In fact, in that world, if you met someone, the conversation would be much more like, I'm so happy to see you. Let's talk. Can I help you in some way? Do I have a resource I can share with you? And that's what our life was like in ancient concurrent Atlantis, pre-fall or antediluvian. So let's focus on that. Let's really make that happen. Rainbow Body says, reminds me of They Live. They Live is a documentary. If you guys haven't seen this movie, you need to see it now. It's an excellent, just builds a science fiction story from John Carpenter, horror science fiction, but is really a prescient documentary form of science fiction. Some excellent, lighthearted, campy acting, but exploring profound concepts, and is an excellent cultural shorthand. So spot on with that. And Suzeka says, along with these, we'll just call them things that rhyme with Maxine. I've always felt that antidepressants were developed to cut off our connection to God. And as I got older, I was always careful to steer clear of them, even though I was in a lot of emotional pain. I feel like many people don't know this. And this is how you say my name, Suska. It's half of my first name and the other half of my middle name, Susan Dorcas. Thank you, Suska. Thank you. And apologies to anybody if I ever don't get your name right. So now I know. But let me speak to what you mentioned, because I think that's very intelligent. One of the main active ingredients in Prozac is fluoride. It makes people feel better because it closes down your third eye. This is some people in the world. They're like, all of this insight and emotional perception is really making me feel bad. I'm seeing and feeling all sorts of things that make me feel very uncomfortable about people in the world. I see things that are truthful that are not socially appropriate, and I don't know what to do with these feelings. I'm going to say I am depressed. And I'm going to go to the doctor. I'm going to say, doctor, I'm feeling bad. Can you please close down my third eye for me? And the doctor's going to be like, here's the doctor. And they're clipboard. Yes, I definitely can see. Check, check, check. You've got all of the hallmarks of depression. We're going to have to calcify your pineal gland. Please take some of these pills every day. Fluoride will absolutely help you to diminish your insight. You'll start to feel a lot better. You take the pills that are like full of fluoride, and the pineal gland stops functioning effectively. And then you're like, I feel so much better. What a relief of the burden of information. I can live again. And apologies again, if anybody suffers from depression, if anybody's taken antidepressants, I love you, and I'm not here to judge you in any way. In my lighthearted, not nonsense way of sharing these things, I never mean to be insensitive to people. But this is the truth. This is what you got to know. It's in Prozac and it's also in Xanax. These are some of society's favorite pollutants. Yeah, voluntary pollutants. And maybe, something, people that are taking these psychiatric meds, They might not know. They might not know that that is one of the actions that is unintentional because fluoride is not always listed as an ingredient. Um, and it might be a veiled ingredient. So it's something that they might not know and they might need education. And then also, if you're taking these medications, you can't just stop taking them. You should talk to your prescriber and find out how to go off of them safely. But there are definitely alternatives and other ways that you can improve your mental health and your outlook and be supportive of your feeling state and positive psychological feelings without having to take the pharmaceutical drugs that really are only effective because they diminish brain chemistry to the point of disrupting insight. And yes, it's a lot more comfortable for some people to have disrupted insight. So no judgment to people who are taking the antidepressants, but love and support. If you can get off of them, see if it's possible. And if not, live well while you're on them. Rainbow Body says it's getting into everyone through the chem crap and food supply, cosmetics, shampoo, the organic. It can equals the worst. I'm not sure what that means. Non-shop people I know have more I know what you're talking about, fibers. So people have not taken the shot have the fibers. I know exactly what you mean. She says, AKA planet of the jellies. Yeah, got it. Because they've got more jellies, right? And they implant the mesmerizing subliminally at aquariums. Linguistic grooming is a vaccine meme. I don't know about aquariums. I avoid aquariums, I have to tell you, because I just really don't like sharks. I just don't like that whole underwater world. So, but thank you about that. But let me agree with you, Rainbow Body, that the main pathways for the fibers and the smart dust and this type of stuff that's coming into people right now, it's beyond pharmaceuticals, beyond psychiatric meds. It literally is in the food supply, the air, the water. When I found out that through live blood analysis, it was in wild squirrels from a park, then I'm like, that's it. That was my that's it moment. I'm like, that's it. It's in squirrels. This is wrong. Because you know something, these military guys and the programs that make this type of horrific substances, and they're medically experimenting upon us, the humans. It's wrong. It's against every level of the Geneva Convention. It's against humanity. It's a crime against humanity. It's a crime against DNA. It's almost comprehensible because humans do unjustifiable as acts of war. Think about human war. People have done things like, they've burned whole cities, they've firebombed, they've nuclear bombed, and even in the ancient world, they used to do things that would be like putting salt into all of the fields. Like if an army went through a place, they'd be like, okay, it's no one to kill, just spread salt all over the entire farmland, because then nothing would grow, or to put metal bands around the fruit trees. Like these are ways of destroying the environment. So the army has a long history throughout human culture of doing things that are abhorrent to the environment so that they could hurt other humans, right? So it's almost like understandable, like, oh yeah, they're gonna spray a bunch of crap in the air, it's gonna go into everybody's nose, it's gonna cause all these health problems and all this stuff. But when they get to hurting the squirrels in the park, I'm like, that's it. This is not okay. It's harming innocent nature. And those squirrels didn't sign up for that. You know what I'm trying to say? Like those squirrels came to the world to live peacefully, gather their nuts, run up their trees, run away from little dogs like my dog that want to, whatever, try to eat them. That's the worst thing that should happen in a squirrel's life. A squirrel should not be inundated with this type of technology and then have to go on some kind of a soul-searching mission about what is its true consciousness versus what is an AI. Do you get it? Like, that's not, the squirrel did not sign up for an existential battle between itself as an organic, natural presence versus some form of malevolent machine mind. That's just, I don't think that the squirrel came here for that. Maybe I'm underestimating squirrels. Maybe they are super squirrels. Maybe they all made choices as a squirrel soul and they were like, this planet is in danger. I better incarnate immediately and face the perils along with the humans. I mean, maybe they did. Maybe they did. And I'm being a little bit silly, but I look at them as innocent non-combatants who are being horribly destroyed and diminished, along with so many other animals. The squirrels are just the squirrely tip of the iceberg. All of the plants, all of the animals, birds, raccoons, because all of these animals have a type of intelligence. Like raccoons are kind of intelligent. It's not human level intelligence, but don't you think that these fibers and things are going into their neurology too, and that they are affecting and afflicting them? And the point is, the raccoons have no point of reference. They have no truthful information about what is going on in their minds. Like you and I, maybe we have a little bit easier because we can watch a video, we can see microscope stuff that is happening in the blood. We are aware that this is happening as a technological inhibition to our natural experience. But if you are simply an animal living in the wild, you wouldn't have any frame of reference, you wouldn't have any contextualization. You would just know like things used to be different and now they're like this, and things don't feel good. And maybe people in your community are acting differently or dying. All of that is just such an affront to nature and such an insult to what really should be the educational process of being embodied here, that it is disturbing to me. And so you guys know me at this point. I'm a planetary protector. I'm here not only to protect humanity during the ascension process, but all of the life that is here. So you might only have 15% of viable humanity who's not assimilated into the AI, but you have squirrels and dolphins and beautiful cats and dogs and even plants and mineral life. And I say this all the time in my sharings, that your cats and your dogs, these are not just like little satellites in your life or inconsequentialities. These are family members, and they're the epicenter of your ascension, because the cats and the dogs that we have domestically are still able to feel a huge amount of that like blazing love, and have a connection beyond ego. And there's so many difficulties right now with humans that it can be difficult to hug people. And so they were stand 6 feet apart and all this other inundation. And also some people didn't know if they could trust people because they're like, well, did you take the science juice? Some people will only trust people if they took the juice. Some people will only trust people if you did not take the juice. And how can you socially ask someone if they took the juice or if they're juicy? You want to hug people because it's a natural primate instinct in humans to want to connect. But also you don't want to get someone's effluvia, they've been juiced, than someone who believes in the propaganda says, I must be juiced to protect myself against, the Coronasaurus. So huge barriers between human connection and genuine human caring. But those barriers really don't exist in the world of nature with our cats and our dogs. And that's why our cats and our dogs are so important and vital on this journey. I have some beautiful friends in my life, so don't think that I'm isolated. I have wonderful people who are like in my community and people who are far away, and I have people that I can hug, and I do have good connections. So please know that. And I hope that you do as well. And I cultivate good relationships in my life. And I'm a big hugger. But my dog is who I hug. Like Cheeky is how I connect in love in this world. And she's always there for me. And it is unconditional. Except sometimes she's like, "Grr, I've had enough." And I'm like, okay, boundaries. Because anybody can have a day like that. But you understand what I'm talking about. If you have cats or dogs, then I hope that you feel that same level of unconditional love and rapport. And the moment of ascension, just if you wonder what it's going to feel like, it feels like just a wave of love that never stops. Feel like you're in love with the world. Feel like you love everything that you look at. And right now, the only thing or person that you might feel that for might be one partner or your dog or your cat. And it's important to have that as an anchor in your emotional state, or a focus or foundation is better. But at a certain point, we will feel that expansiveness for every part of ourself and everything that's in our environment. And that's also why we want to clear away psychopaths. Because the truth is, I do not feel expansive love for psychopaths. Rainbow Bodies agreeing, which is yes. And she's saying the COVID, it infects via frequency. I very much think that. And it's just weird. Everyone thinks you catch it via germs. I agree. So I'm not that much, this is a whole conversation too, but I'm going over it kind of quickly. I'm not that much of an advocate of the sense that there was a communicable disease spread by microbes, in 2020. I looked at it much more as a technosomatic disease. A psychosomatic disease is when your mind dictates to your body. Psychosoma, the sensations of illness, and then your body manifests it. So you think yourself ill. And you can also, of course, concomitantly think yourself well. But a technosomatic disease is when a technology speaks to the soma, or the cells of your body, and makes them diseased. And I think this is exactly what has happened, that there is an inundation of this tiny scale circuitry into the body, subsuming the natural aspects of boundaries and the immune system, like going deep into people's bone marrow and even into people's deep neurological structures, and investing itself into the body, and the body not being able to effectively recognize it as an invader and get it out. And then the technology talking to the body, causing inflammation, telling the body harmful stories about decrepitude and things like cancer, and then the cells of the body conforming and listening. And I'm very sorry to hear this, because I'm not judgmental. People have had their science juice. Some of these people are getting what they call turbo cancers. It's terrible. I don't want anybody to get turbo cancer, because that's connected to DNA and it affects all of us. So it's a terrible tragedy that this is even happening. But these extremely aggressive cancers that happen because technology is inside of people, constantly talking to their cells and telling the cells a story that says, you're gonna get cancer, you're gonna die. Don't you guys listen? But that's part of what's been going on. So yeah, I don't think that it's a communicable disease. I think that it's through frequency, and I think that it's through implanted technology. Aurelia says, I'm being shown a way. So much to share with you. Okay, I'm open. Elmer says, what's the linchpin of the AI? What a great question. So I really appreciate your great thinking and your mind on that. Most computers, when we think about them, we think about a central processing unit, CPU. So here on my MacBook, my CPU is in the body of the actual computer. But what we're dealing with this type of fibrous stuff, which Rainbow Body calls the jellies, it is it is decentralized. So there is not a central processing unit. In your body, your central processing unit is your brain. But you also have all of your cell membranes that are spread all throughout your body that represent a different diversified and decentralized level of willpower and selectivity that is its own form of cognition. So what you have with this system that we are fighting with the AI, it is decentralized. So there's not a central CPU, because this would be the most sensible thing. This computer sure is causing a lot of problems. Let's pull the plug on that CPU. And you think there's one box plugged into the wall, pull it out. You don't just have one box. You have trillions of processors, even in one person, trillions of them floating through the air. And then you have a connected network of the infected that are all sharing information with one another. Everybody is the CPU. So the linchpin really is that 85% of people who have been willingly assimilated, because what they do is they run signals for the enemy willingly. They've given up their own thought forms, and they think the thoughts that AI wants them to think. So sometimes it is a scripted reality where AI is telling them what to think and say in every moment. And it might seem something innocuous, like the AI might tell them, you're going to go into a store and you're going to talk to someone and say, pick up the purple umbrella. And that might not be that meaningful to you socially, or it might seem like something that's very casual or ordinary. But what you're really doing is sending a larger signal, or a signal that is more meaningful than that in the larger context. You're one impulse in a much, much larger network. And your little comment about the purple umbrella seemed an offhanded thing between two people, but it really was the tiny visible portion of a larger thought structure moving through the AI network. So that's why if you've got 85% of people who agree to act in this way and give up their authority and let something else live through them, then they are carrying signals for the enemy. And whenever you choose not to do that, you reclaim your own willpower and you make it so that the enemy cannot send signals through you. This is big stuff because it means that you have to do a lot of self-watching and self-observation to be able to distinguish between what are my real motivations? What do I really want to say versus what are the motivations of this decentralized network? What are the motivations and the thought structures and even the scripted realities that are being beamed into my head through this stuff? And sometimes you might have, voice to skull, where it's very, very clear that there's a voice in your mind that's not yours. But sometimes these are subtle cues where you're being prompted to say something about the purple umbrella. You're like, that came out of nowhere. Why did I say that? Because you're not in control of your own mind. Something else is acting through you. Some people have no problem with something else acting through them. And a lot of these people that have no problem with that and that embrace it and they think it's fun or cool or whatever are well known. They're like people on a stage, people who sing or dance or make music for money, people who are political figures, people who are in front of cameras. They are often saying things that don't come from themselves, but that come from the AI, because the AI wants them to say certain things. And they have no compulsion against doing it. Actors and actresses, that's how you got to think of these people, not just actors and actresses in film and TV, but all of these figures of notoriety that you see in the world. Some of them are in the world of entertainment, and some of them are in the world of business or finance or politics, but they're acting and following a script that is written by an AI. And the social import of their script matters less than the software import. They're literally running scripts like Python or C# or whatever it is. They're running scripts. So they're behaviorally modified day-to-day interactions are the visible anthropomorphic tip of the iceberg of the binary computer signals that they're actually carrying and running for the AI. So the answer is you need to take away the processors, the people that are processing signals for it, and you need to not participate. Just non-participation is fighting the defensive war, where you're like, well, 15% of us are not going to participate. It's like this. 85%, baby. I got 85% of people who are willing to do this, because also they get kibbles in their dog dish for doing it. So not enough just to non-participate. What you need to do is to take away you need to jam their signals, basically, which you can also do with flammable lasagna. Hint, hint. Aurelia says it will cause a ripple effect. Completely working on it. Yes, good. You do it, work on it. I can't wait to hear more about it. Lance is getting rid of our feelings with antidepressants. It's like getting rid of a smoke alarm in a fire. Totally agree. Some people are into moving our chakras. Is that even possible, or just make believe? Great point on antidepressants. Although encouragement flows to anybody who's on antidepressants. I want you to be healthy. Now let's talk about chakras. Chakras. I have my sculpture right over here. Hold on a second. I have it over here because I bought some super glue, and I had to buy some. So wait, you can't even hear. Have it over here because I bought some super glue, and I had to buy some super glue because I dropped it, because I broke it, and so I was trying to glue it back together, but I actually kind of glued my fingers together. So that's why I stopped this process and just finished more of it later. But these chakras here are an innate part of your body. They're like your blood supply. You don't have to really effort to think about them. You don't have to be like chakra, 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 flow, 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 be like this. It's different than the Merkaba. It's different than something that you have to effort and focus on and try. It's like the difference between your true mind, you came here as a human being, and your implanted mind, where you had to learn how to speak. Like you had to learn how to talk. You had to learn how to say the word dog or cat. You had to learn language. You had to learn how to read. That's really different than the levels of perception and communication you came here with. Okay, so you came here with your chakras. You had to learn the Merkaba. The chakras are diseased. The putis, those pesky occupiers of the interstices, is the evidence of the disease of the chakras. Death is also visible evidence of the disease of the chakras. It is an imbalance that makes consciousness go get a gutter ball in bowling instead of going right down the bowling alley to the edge to get the gutter ball. But you don't want to get rid of your chakras. That would be like saying, I'm not good at bowling. I abolished bowling alleys everywhere. No more bowling. That doesn't really solve the problem. That kind of obliquely solves the problem. But what really solves the problem is getting better at what you do, which means not allowing the ball of your consciousness to go awry and go into peripheral realities. So instead of getting rid of your chakras, what you want to do is purge them of invaders, heal and restabilize them. I don't actually think it is possible or desirable to get rid of chakras, but if you did get rid of them, I think it would really equate to soul death. And I think that people in the community of spiritual seekers who've been talking about doing that have been sold a terrible bill of goods and manipulated into doing something that is an amputation that is really, really harmful to them. Brief pause, because Princess Cheeky just woke up. Cheeky's in the house. We gotta hug someone over here. Cheeky, I was telling everyone about how you're a mentor in Ascension for me and for everyone in our community. Cheeky goes around hugging everyone in our community and is so loving and is so amazing. So thank you for all of your love that you share. You're a good time. Good job. The only time Cheeky ever growls at me is when she's guarding her bowl. When I give her like a chicken or something like that, and she's like, "Grr, you better not try to take this away from me." I'm like, "Hey, you have boundaries. You have boundaries. I'm not going to take it away from you. You're good." So Cheeky's been well fed. I don't think she needs any bribes. No bribes. You have all of your foods, okay? All right. We'll see. I don't think we need any. All right. Good. Thank you for the little brief break. Cheeky, everybody loves you. Okay. Thank you for the little brief break. So yes, I think that people might have been sold a terrible bill of goods by being encouraged, get rid of those pesky chakras. They're not worth anything. It's like saying, oh, those diamond rings, they're really weighing you down. Just get rid of them. They're not worth anything when actually they're like your treasures. You get it? So I think that you don't want to get rid of your chakras. You want to heal them. Anybody who says they've gotten rid of them, they might have or they may not have. But if they have gotten rid of them, it's pretty much like getting rid of your soul. Terrible idea. Aurelia says, it has a lot to do with the initial event and alchemy and closing down of portals, micro to macro. If any people know about it, it will really remove power from it, even having a path through into our reality. I have all the access points and codes, which is why they really didn't want me to be here, and definitely not with full memory, but you helped me, me to restore almost fully now. I'm so pleased to hear that. Good, keep going. Been working to reroute the Earth's trajectory towards the ascension line, better connectivity to the real sun. Good, good, good. Energizing the collective pineal, which also strengthens this and can share more later. Well, Aurelia, I'm so pleased to hear of all of this hard work and all of this progress that you're able to make. And my recognition flows to you. And thank you for being able to articulate whatever you can. And then some things I know have to just be done. And then you talk about them afterwards. So we're really interested and eager to hear whatever you can share with us. But keep going on your project. Sounds amazing. And I haven't even done the curriculum yet for today. Charlie B says, regarding Aurora's description of distributed computing done by the AIs, this is what I was just talking about. Aurora very correctly describes the world of hive computing or ubiquitous computing. Beautiful. Thank you for that confirmation. Because Charlie B is actually trained and a participant in the, the world of computers and software engineering. I am a techno-intuitive. So I do not go to school for any of this at all. And I do not read books about it either. What I do is I reach out with my tendril of attention and I touch on technology. And I learn about these things from touching on it. And so that is how I was able to learn about the decentralized processing system. So thank you for that validation and confirmation, Charlie B. that is actually called hive computing or ubiquitous computing. And Aurelia says, thanks for reading this out because I felt it energized everything even more. You're so welcome. Good, good, good. And yes, keep going with your efforts because I really do see so many people who are acting from their own standpoint and from their own strengths to approach this problem so that we get real problem solving done. So I think that it's a large, we need a big bucket, big mop. We got a big cleanup that we have to do here. Let me pull up my notes. Hold on a second. Thank you for understanding them. Probably making funny squinty faces. All right. Notes. Actually, I have 2 sets of notes on my screen right now. Let's get everything all prepared. Awesome. We can get to the beginning. And drink some water. Okay. Longevity and human hygiene. The first is the concept of how long were our bodies originally designed to exist for? Definitely more than 100 years. Just living for 100 years is almost unfathomable. No, we were definitely designed to have a much, much longer lifespan and much, much richer, more expansive level of existence than 100 years if you're lucky. And in this world, due to decrepitude many times and disease, people who are living to 100 might not be living well to 100, although they exist in the world, they might not be happy and healthy. So you even, if you're lucky to have that lifespan, but also what is your lifespan of healthy, viable times? All right, so scratch that away because you're not meant to just live 100 years and to experience disease and decrepitude. Your body is an amazing piece of spiritual, energetic, and biological quote unquote technology or beautiful masterpiece that was designed to be able to be used for thousands of years through cellular regeneration. But this does not mean that you would live for thousands of years living in any type of environment. For example, a place that is very corrosive, an environment that is full of a lot of radiation, or performing activities that are inherently uncomfortable to your body. Those are all of the things that cause accelerated decrepitude. So the basics of what I'm going to teach you now are that you can live for thousands of years, but it is your lifestyle that determines how long you can really live. And part of that are things that you generate and make choices of and you are in control of, but some of it is about your environment. So yoga is a good example of this. Like when you do yoga, you do certain body positions and body postures that are known to be, let's call them antennas for longevity. Like holding your body in certain postures helps your body to regenerate, helps the light to flow around your body, helps levels of vitality and energy to increase, right? And then I'm sure all of us can feel in our daily experience, what are the postures that do not add to longevity and health? And a lot of them are computer postures. This is the things that mostly we're not working in a coal mine, like crouched over with a little axe trying to dig for coal. No, that's from like several generations ago. People had spinal deformities and died horribly because of what they were doing in a coal mine, right? But no, mostly what we are doing is computer stuff. So I joke about this. There's like the computer posture that's like Gollum, you know what I mean? Like very scrunched up and like this, squinting into the screen and going like this. But then there's also this posture. This is another one too. The phone posture, down like this, looking like this, looking like this. And sometimes I'm doing this stuff with my phone and the camera faces upward and I look, it's like, you look 1,000 years old. It's like, you look like it looks so unflattering. As like I know I'm not 1,000 years old. It's literally because the activity, the posture of the body, and the biophotons getting sucked off into the technology makes a person look and feel older than they really are. So in our world, the things that are decrepitude inducing and that create aging or accelerated aging are mostly exposure to technology and the use of technology. And technology is so ubiquitous that there's really not a healthy and effective way to live without it. You know, even if you do some kind of like gonna have a cottage industry making something that is not based in technology, but at a certain point, you're gonna have to manage your Etsy shop or send out your email lists or do your marketing or whatever. And you know what that means? You're gonna be like this in front of your computer. And this is also why I do this walking on the treadmill. Like I'm in front of the computer for many hours a day. I do my classes that are here with you, but I also do a lot of session work and a lot of meetings. So personal sessions and group meetings. And I've found that my body is a lot happier connecting with this technology if I could just be walking while I'm doing it. That helps me in some way to maintain my energy field, even while I'm having to do stuff that is technological. But, you know, ideally, like I would just be walking, I have to say OUT, with my DOG. We would just do that all day. But my life isn't that way because I have responsibilities that involve this level of work and commitment using technology. All right. So I'm kind of like, I'm not describing this very, very well, but I'm going to get there. Because here's what some people think. Some people think like, okay, wave my magic wand and poof, you have immortality now. You have the ability to rejuvenate. Some people would be like, hooray, like I'm going to go diving with sharks. And then I'm going to go work in a coal mine. I'm going to dig up some radium and do all these things that are corrosive. No problem, right? Because I can regenerate. I'm not worried about any of these things. Oh, that is not how this works. You can regenerate, but you want to be in gentle environments that aren't corrosive towards you. That's what we lived like in ancient Atlantis. So we had amazing powers of avoiding gutter walls, avoiding the membrane of death, being able to see, you know, and anticipate the future and avoid narrative structures that would cause our demise, but also the narrative stories that we wrote for ourselves to inhabit, and our activities during the day were non-corrosive. So when I'm talking about technology, a more accurate way to say it is I feel technology is corrosive to my life force. And every time I have to do something with technology, it corrodes away a little bit at my vitality. And, you know, although I try to do things, protect myself, I have lots of organites, shungites, and all sorts of shielding things around here. And I'm walking on my treadmill, and I usually use music to try to stay buoyant and stuff like that. It feels a little bit like it's not ideal. But you know what feels non-corrosive, what the opposite of corrosive is like regenerative? Walking on grass, being in a park, being in a beautiful garden, walking around under trees. These are all the things that contribute towards longevity. It has to do with your environment. So in Ascension, like everything that we've been doing as a culture for the past 4 years or so, since the shutdown that happened in our society, we should have been prioritizing in our daily activity, doing things like walking in a park, being with trees, being with nature, and, you know, inundating ourselves with that beautiful energy. And we haven't been doing that. And then we've kind of just returned to a lot of unhealthy habits that were grandfathered in from before about like how we do work and whether you drive to the office and all these things. We're supposed to be in a completely different level of reality at this point, where really what we are doing is choosing like virtuosos in each moment what we want to do with our time. Selling our time for money is the beginning of the domestication of humanity in the linear timeline. This goes back to ancient Sumeria, which is slightly more than 5,000 years ago, where you have a genetic splicing that happened that was the splicing of humans who were wild becoming domesticated, humans who did not have an externalized authority figure or God being spliced to worship their captors, to view their captors as gods and to worship them. That was a splice that was artificially put into the DNA. And it also coincides with a move away from either pure hunting and gathering or being a pure light eater and towards eating domesticated foods, which means becoming agricultural and needing to have access to food. And how do you get access to the food room? Magical pieces of paper called money. So this is the magic of ancient Sumeria. They didn't used to have pieces of paper. They used to make these little clay shapes, and that each one was like $1. They didn't have coins even. They just made these little clay shapes, and they would hold them in like, little clay purses. And that was their money. And it represented barley or something like that. So you went from being divinely connected all the time, following what we would call your intuition or your pure insight that says, I don't know why, but I got to walk over here in this direction today and have to explore what's over there. And then in that direction, you'll find food and water and sustenance, or perhaps a resource that you can weave into a basket or into clothing, something like that. All right. Something that you need that will help to sustain you. And it's literally a gift from your environment and from your divine connection that led you there. 2, transitioning, selling your time for money. That's where there's a human boss. You've been spliced now to worship the diminished God, which is your human boss, who says, I've got a bunch of fake pieces of clay money, and I'll give them to anyone who will do blah, blah, blah and work for me so that you can buy some food, buy some barley. And this is what humans, if they hadn't been spliced, it would have been like, stuff your stupid clay plugs. I don't eat barley. I eat animals, and I'm going to go catch some animals, snap, right? But this was a change from that feral nature of what humans are into the domesticated human. It's the concern of fear of resources, whether there's enough resources, and again, the abdication to an externalized authority figure that says, you need to do this for me, and then I will give you this to take care of you. So these are all ways of bringing a person away from their divine connection and bringing them into levels of domestication. And the things that people were asked to do in order to be exchanged for food, the work for food, the work was never something that you would do ordinarily. All right. So ordinarily, you might be like, yeah, like, of course, I'm going to walk 6 miles. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to go fishing. They're like, I'm not going to pay you to walk 6 miles and go fishing. I'm going to pay you to stand here in one place, not to exercise. And maybe I need you to, whatever, perform some task for me. And that is, get it? It's the opposite of what you would ordinarily be doing. So there's no judgment in as I'm sharing this with you. But my body would naturally be like, yeah, like, I don't want to sit in front of a computer screen all day. I'm going to walk around outside. And so to make a bridge for my body and my levels of responsibility in the world of commerce that we now know it, for my body, I'm like, pretend that we're just walking around outside. So I got my treadmill going. I'm pretending that I'm walking around outside all the time, even while I'm doing computer stuff. Because the standing in one place thing, or sitting in one place, that's the beginning of the domestication process. And when people are fully domesticated, standing or sitting in one place all day long becomes like normal. Just like, think about a wild horse. A wild horse runs around wherever it wants, and it does not always sleep in a corral, and it does not always stay in one place. But domesticated horses, they have their stable, they have their lodging where they sleep each night. They have an outdoor, like enclosed, like a paddock, like a place that is safe, where they usually spend their day. They're not running around 26 miles every day. They're kind of walking in circles, if they're walking at all, in their paddock. And that feels comfortable and normal to them because they are domesticated. There's no hatred or judgment here. There's just the recognition that those horses are not acting in their totally free and feral natural behavior. So you as humans who are regaining your feral nature, I call it, you got to decolonize your posture. That's everything from learning what it feels like to not have to wear a saddle, because your shoes are kind of like the diminishment architecture that we are taught to wear all the time, but also your diminishment accessories include a watch, even though most people keep it on their phone at this point, but Having to be scheduled and be certain places for appointments is another form of domestication, because all of this relates to time. So although I know I've been very nonlinear in my presentation, as I was thinking about my notes today and what I need to emphasize, when you are free and feral, you are an expert in time. And I do admire the work of Jose Arguelles. That's Arguelles. He's a teacher who's not on the planet anymore, but he did a lot of good work at translating Mayan texts and being able to teach the esoteric community about how time itself and our relationship to time needs to be healed, especially for the reacquisition of personal freedom and coming out of the domesticated state. So it's not just the healing of the calendar by moving to a 13-month lunar calendar. Most critically, it is about what you do in each moment. So what matters less about like what it says on your calendar, like it's, August 7th or what time of day, it's 3:42 p.m. That matters less than what motivates you to do stuff in every minute. And in our world, mostly people don't get to be free until they are retired. And in our world, because of financial pressures, most people don't even get a chance to retire. The old paradigm was school up until age 18 or up until age 21, work from age 21 to age 65, then retirement. And in retirement, you live on your savings that you have accrued from your career at working for about 40 years. And then you are finally free to live an unscheduled life. But everything up until that point, the time that you began your education into the time that you went into the world of work and commerce, your time is scheduled, meaning your time is not your own. So that's very much like being a horse who lives in a stable. And if you're sometimes like, saddle up, I got to ride on your back right now. You don't get to just stand there and do what you want to do or go over here and eat some grass. I need you to do something for me now. And that is normal for a horse, right? And so when you retire, then you're finally allowed to sleep as late as you want to in the morning, take as long as you want to read the newspaper and drink your coffee. You're like, I don't have any place to be. I'm retired. And then you can also do things like what people like to do. Putter in the garden, knit a sweater, bake bread, all the things you didn't used to have time to do, or spend time with family, babysit grandchildren, or if you have enough accrued savings to be able to go on a vacation or explore the world, driving around in a motorhome or something like that, all right? But I am here to tell you that in order to practice longevity, you have to act like you are retired. And in our world, that would be considered highly presumptive, because the older generations would be like, you're only 25, like you're not allowed to be retired. You have to work for 40 years, then you're allowed to be unscheduled. And people are like, no, like I want to be unscheduled and I want to choose my own activities in each moment. And I want to be an artist of time. And I want to have money and I want to change reality. And the older generation is like, yeah, like kid, get a job. This isn't right. You're not allowed to do that. And the older generation did things in a way that was right for them. But we are in Ascension now. And we are not supposed to be working for 40 or 45 years for the corporate overlords who have been assimilated into AI and then hope that you will one day finally be free, because it was all a bait and switch. Because people that did that hard work in previous generations found out that their savings was not actually enough for them to continually work. Some of them never get to retire. And it is a soul diminishing ploy to suck life force energy out of people and age them prematurely. So people who have freedom in their life to choose their own schedule and key point to choose activities that they find fulfilling look a lot younger than other people who don't get to choose their own schedule and are required to participate in activities that they find corrosive. So there are elite people that are, some of them are celebrities in your world, where you're looking at them and you're like, they look so great, because they're like a movie star, that got paid millions of dollars for working, for one movie for 1 year. And then after that, they're free to do what they want to do. And of course, they can spend time in meditation and taking care of themselves because they have their stockpiles of resources. So I'm telling you things that you already know, but hopefully through a different filter of comprehension so that you can see how out of balance your world is. Because what we're all supposed to be doing is being sustained through pursuing the activities that we find non-corrosive. So there is actually a way to work in a coal mine that would be non-corrosive. You would not be very productive. You would not actually mine that much coal. But what you'd have to do is like do an extensive stretching routine first, then be able to wiggle into these crevasses, then be able to, get the coal out of there, using different drills and tools, and then be able to, go back up to the surface and breathe fresh air and everything. Like you would work in a completely different way than with the way that these workers do it. Or whatever, like I use a coal mine as, a barbaric example because no one works at that type of work anymore. No one does this type of hard corrosive manual labor. But now it is much more about, corporate job and things that involve technology and computers. And there is actually a way to work on computers that is not corrosive. I have a wonderful friend who's in this class. He's a computer programmer and software engineer. And he loves going into the bliss state by going into these levels of problem solving that are what high-level computer programming is for him. So his mind is really comfortable with making programs and just, going into those levels of minutia, like me with my painting. Like I'm very, very comfortable, doing these calculations and drawing these forms that are really perfect, painting them with a tiny brush. But none of that is burdensome to me. I could live to 1,000 years if all I had to do was paint my painting. If I got paid enough to be able to actually sustain my life and all I had to do was paint a painting every day, that would be paradise to me. I would be so happy. So part of it has to do with what is your innate personality and what are your innate strengths, and then playing to those strengths. But also when I do my paintings, I'm not like, okay, I have to sit in a chair for 8 hours straight to do this painting. I'm like, I sit, I stand, I'm up, I'm down. I listen to music, I exercise. I take a break, I walk my dog. Like it's very fun the way that I do it. So I have it ergonomically designed. I'm working at a comfortable height and I vary my tasks and I make it so that it's comfortable. And same thing with my friend who does the programming. Like his favorite way to structure his day is like he gets up and he does Tai Chi, he does all these different things, and then he's got 4 hours where he's just going to sit down and focus on this computer task, and he just goes into another world, and everything flows beautifully. And then he's like, "That's fantastic! Like now let's stop, now let's have dinner." Like it's a positive way to be able to do these things. So I'm trying to say, almost any task that you have to do, there's a way to make it like a grim death march that is very grueling and very uncomfortable, or there's a way to make it much more comfortable on the body, comfortable on the energy field, and comfortable on the personality. And you might also have had this experience if you ever had something that was a hobby that you then monetized and turned into a small business. You felt how like the fun and spontaneity melted away, and all of a sudden everything was about goal-oriented and forced activities. So maybe you were making whatever, some kind of crochet or handicrafts. And you're like, yeah, I love it. I can crochet all day. This is so much fun. But as soon as it gets turned into a business, you're like, I have 5 scarf orders. Get crocheting, and you have to crochet, and you have to reach a deadline. You have to do this thing. You have to please the customer. That becomes wearying. And then also when you're running it as a business and you're like, I had to sell 7 scarves. Let me start an email marketing campaign. Let me, get my MailChimp activated. Let me, do my Facebook marketing campaigns and social media, this and that. Like all of those things are difficult and are really not a part of the frictionless bliss that is a person exploring their true nature in the world. So there is some innate compromise that is happening just for us to be able to, in this domesticated stage, earn the money that we need to be able to go to the food room, to be able to sustain ourselves, But now let me talk in the most positive way, where I come from and the type of society that I am building or encouraging people to, structure this world alongside in this way. Energy flows to excellence. So that means like if you're really into crocheting, we are going to make sure as a society that you have a place to live and you have your space where you can do your crocheting and you've got yarn and, whatever equipment that you need and you do it because we need you to do that because you have an inner mandate that says you need to do that work. And same thing with me. I'm going to be a painter or a musician. It's like, okay, great. Like Aurora is going to need this much square footage to be able to do the work that she needs to do. She's going to need to have proper lighting and proper ventilation. And then just, give her some paints and pigments and, just put up the do not disturb sign. Let her do her thing. I'm like, that is a good world that we want to live in. As opposed to how most people have been making compromises in order to survive in the world, okay? When you're in the world where energy flows to excellence, there's also the consideration that you are appreciated and your community is grateful for your existence and your community wishes to sustain you. It's very, very different than the corrupt commodification model that we find in our current state of capitalism, where it's like, you have to prove your worth. You have to prove your existence. You have to earn your ability to even be here, even if you're like a tiny child. No one is just allowed to be here. Everybody has to do something in order to earn their capacity to even be here and eat food. So basically what I'm trying to say, so many words, is it requires a complete change in the value system and worldview of this world in order to create a non-corrosive environment, and that we are facing many challenges in trying to sustain ourselves in what is an inherently corrosive environment. But energetic hygiene and longevity really comes around to how much you can be empowered in your own life to create a non-corrosive moment-to-moment existence for yourself to move through time and for you to be able to be sustained and fulfilled with that level of reality, okay? So a lot of factors contribute towards longevity. Some of it is about what you eat, but some of it is about what you breathe in or what radiation you are exposed to. Some of it is about the structure of your cells and the structure of your light body, which is literally a system of beliefs. Light is information. It's about your worldview. And some of it is about your external events. So, of course, you can do a lot of things with self-cultivation, having a great worldview, and eating great nutrition. But if you are at the epicenter of the detonation of a nuclear blast, like, you will not have good longevity. Those are the external events. So, of course, you want to, through your anticipation of the future, be able to align with positive events where you're not going to have a nuclear detonation or some other huge catastrophe disruption that's going to destroy your body. So again, just because you can rejuvenate and live for thousands of years does not mean that you should stand at the X marks the spot of a giant explosion. Like, you should not do that. You should protect your body, all right? And also, we are in a unique situation. The rules that were applicable to other times and places will not help you here and now. All right. So if you've done Ascension in other time places, as I have, you're still going to have to figure out how to fine tune your approach so that it works for this place where you're in right now. And in this place, one of the main things that you ingest or main sources of light is food. And food feeds your ascension. And you need to eat food that itself contains a lot of pure light, and that also is very loving, and that is very high quality, all right? Quality matters more than quantity. So it's really important in your food to make choices. I know many people have food budgets. If you have an option of buying like the giant economy size of a lower quality product, or the smaller, more expensive size of something that actually is very pure, unpolluted, and nutrient dense, get the smaller size and eat a smaller spoonful of it instead of eating a whole giant sandwich full. Eat the smaller size of the higher quality food, all right? So you need to not only have food that is high quality, but you need to ingest it consciously. So that means as much as possible in a distraction-free environment. And if I'm here in my home, I'll be like sitting with my dog or looking at a painting or trying to create an aesthetic environment. So that way, like I'm experiencing something nice. It's ideal to eat outside as long as it's not 100 degrees or very uncomfortable. Sit outside under a tree, sit next to whatever, a plant. Being in nature and eating outside in the sun also really helps to elevate the experience. But eating consciously is also about recognizing and reminding yourself that you are literally ingesting light as you ingest this solidified light. It's glucose, and glucose is a miracle. So you're a miracle, eating a miracle, sitting next to a plant or a tree that is a miracle also. And being in gratitude also really helps to elevate your food to the level of supra mundanity. It's not just some, dead, stupid calories that you're ingesting. But I haven't said enough about this too. You should ingest consciously, but you should also excrete consciously. And many of us, there's no judgment here, are on the toilet, texting people, hopefully not calling people, doing emails, doing other important things. It's just become a normal part of our life, portable electronics. But that is not the same as consciously excreting. And that's when you're aware of your digestion process. So the idea and the ideal is that you're aware of your appetite, you make good food choices, you eat the right amount in each moment, because also Ascension is about, like, let's say, you get a big sandwich or something like that, it's cut in half. But it doesn't mean that you have to eat that whole entire thing at once. You really have to recognize how many bites of that sandwich is going to lead you to Ascension. So it's like, okay, maybe the first 10 bites leads you to Ascension. But then after that, it's overload. And what you're really supposed to do is be like, wow, those 10 bites fueled my Ascension. Now I'm just going to stop. And this is all leftovers. And I'm going to wait several hours. Maybe I'll eat this tomorrow. Maybe I will eat this later tonight. But it is following like a virtuoso the directives of time. It's not enough simply to say how many calories you're going to eat during the day. It's how many calories per activity. So there's lots of different approaches that you can do with this. I don't want to bring up anything that's like too orthodox or that's going to make anybody like bring up eating disorders or anything like that. But I just want you to be really mindful. Like the portions that we receive are not always the appropriate portion for what you need in the moment, depending upon your activity level. So the real virtuosity is learning to listen to your body and how much food do you need right now? And then you eat that much. And then it feels great. And then you wait. And when you need more food, then you eat more food. And so this is also like, this is how we would be behaving in an undomesticated state, where we might be, you might be walking all day and you'd have whatever, your dried fruits and your jerky and your this and your that. And you're like, okay, I'm gonna eat a little bit of this, and then I'm gonna walk for several more miles, and then I'll eat a little bit of this and I'll walk for several more miles. The domesticated human says, it is 8:30 and I need to get to work by 9 a.m. I better eat this food now because I'm about to go to work. I'm not gonna have a chance to eat until the bell says ding at 12 p.m. Then I will be allowed to eat. So it's training from school that then relates to the workplace. And all of these are unnatural ways of regulating digestion. So decolonizing your posture also relates to decolonizing your appetite and eating when you are genuinely hungry in the amount that is appropriate for your activity level. I know. And then when you're excreting consciously, then you're also feeling your digestion. You're kind of feeling like, okay, like this is how much I ate, and then this is what happened as a result. This is how much I made doo-doos. And then you learn about your digestion by doing this. So maybe only athletes or very selective people might be this way in your world, but everybody is supposed to be this way, where you're very tuned in about what you eat, how your stomach felt, and then how everything came out as a result, and then fine-tuning things depending upon that, because some things, like, they're not good for your body. And you're just going to recognize that when you excrete consciously, and you're going to be like, wow, like that did not feel good or healthy. So I'm going to eat differently because those things didn't work for me. That's part of longevity. All right. So being tuned into your digestion. And okay, wait, here's what I want to say. Ingestion is an artful act. Ingestion of air, we breathe in a way that produces longevity, is an artful act. So there's breathing, where you are simply having air coming into your respiratory system, but then there's the artful ingestion of air, which is the way that you breathe in. That is directly connected to longevity. And this is some of what I teach about when I teach about sun gazing, how you breathe in a very conscious way, going into the pineal gland and into the sinuses up here. And it's a different approach than unconscious breathing. It's everything, the way that we drink water, the way that we eat food. Conscious ingestion is an art form. I'm going to go even deeper with you, looking at artwork. When you look at things, you are ingesting the colors of that. You know, I'm an artist with my eyes, and whatever I look at, I try to be present and I try to draw in the colors, drink it in with my eyes. I spend time when my life is good, walking around beautiful gardens outside with my dog in my neighborhood or places that we visit. And if there's like a big field of pink flowers, I stop and I drink it in. Breathe it in. I have it come into my eyes. I soak in that color. And this is an artful act. So I want you to begin to consider the ingestions of what you expose yourself to in the world, music as well, as an artful act. Okay, there can be something where there's just like a song is on the radio, or it's on in the background, or it's on in the car while you're driving. That is very, very different than deep listening. Here's ingesting music in deep listening, which is the artful act, okay? Like I will sit down in my comfy chair, I'll put on my best headphones. Sometimes I close my eyes, sometimes I leave them open, and I just focus on the music. And I focus my mind, I'm like, I listen to the drums, I listen to the guitar, I listen to it the way it makes me feel. I don't have a laundry list of things I have to do, present in the moment, and I'm just listening to that song. Like that's deep listening. And it takes you to a totally different place than when you're just like kind of listening to something or kind of singing along to it or kind of distracted, driving and doing other things at the same time. So I'm not going to judge anyone because I listen to music all the time and I'm not always deep listening. But deep listening to music is an art form. And what you're really doing is you're making an imprint, an indelible imprint of that moment. So sometimes I have like my little lawn chair outside. It's a starry night. I'm looking up at the night sky, got my headphones on, and I put on an awesome song. And I'm like, this is an indelible moment. Like I'm feeling it all. And it's special and beautiful. And I've also shared with you guys about like my repertoire of pastries, because I do not eat pastries all the time. But this is big about what it is to be an ascended master. Because I don't want you to think that as you're ascending or moving towards longevity, that you're only allowed to eat like cucumbers or watermelon or lemon juice or something like that. Like that's not a life. You got to eat everything. You got to eat good stuff, but you got to eat stuff that is not genetically modified, that is unadulterated, that is full of light, that is prepared with love. And you must eat it with utter gratitude, and you must eat the right thing in each moment. So you become a virtuoso when you can read the musical score of reality and you know what you're supposed to eat in each moment. So sometimes, and I want to read this from my notes because it's very well written. Hold on. Sorry. I have it written here. I'm just not finding it. I'm sure I will find it at just the wrong moment. So instead, I will paraphrase. In my notes, I'm still hoping to find it if I just look. Yeah, I'll have to paraphrase. That Sometimes what we are supposed to eat on our ascension path might be something that is considered luxurious or decadent, like bacon or a chocolate eclair. And I would not advocate for you to eat that way every day. But sometimes those are the calories on your path of ascension and longevity. So ascension and longevity has to do with making the right choices that bring you towards eternity. And it's not just about the analysis from a nutritional standpoint, where science would say you must always eat carrots or you must always eat spinach. Those substances will lead you towards longevity. There's no always and never when you are in a virtuoso relationship with time. There's what is the food that I need to eat right now in this moment? And so you're not just following cravings, but you are following what your body requests and desires, and really what your higher self requests and desires. So when you start to become very restrictive of foods and say, I will never eat this food, I will only eat this food, it's like you're cutting yourself off from love and cutting yourself off from opportunities and good things that exist out there. And so again, I don't want people to eat things that are junky. And most of what is available as prepared foods and in restaurants is very low quality. So, most restaurants, pizza places and everything are using low quality ingredients, and they're not things that are going to really help to feed your ascension. But there's got to be a place in your neighborhood that does like brick oven pizza that is sourdough crust, that is made with like the best non-genetically modified homemade mozzarella cheese and drizzled with the highest quality olive oil. There's got to be a place like that. And it does not necessarily mean that you eat that food every day, because it might be expensive or you might have to drive far to get it. It should be something special that you eat. When you eat it, you should not be looking on your phone. You should be either with your friend or looking at scenery or being in the moment. And you should saturate yourself with that feeling of like, yes, I'm eating this brick oven fired pizza. Get it? So going to the inexpensive pizza shop, buying an entire pizza every day and eating it at home alone, that's like not healthy ways of doing things. But going out with friends, getting the best quality pizza that you can and eating it as a special occasion, that is how you do things. So you kind of have to make a distinction on your journey between the foods that you eat on a regular basis and eating just for nutrition. Like sometimes my body is like, protein, eat protein now. And then I'm like, great, let's eat some meat. And then I'm also like, salt. We need meat, we need salt. And I'm like, let's do it. But then sometimes, for a special occasion, I would eat pizza with my friends or make some kind of whatever wonderful, luxurious, unusual food. You make a distinction in your life between these two things, because longevity is really about saturating yourself with positive experiences of life. If you're distilling everything that I'm saying through all of these oblique stories, the answer is longevity is about aligning fully with the beauty of what it is to be alive. And that includes, ideally, what are the tasks that we do every day? And how do we earn our money? And what are the foods that we eat for pleasure and for enjoyment and for sustenance? So in a balanced life, yes, you have a career. You're not simply an inert slug sitting on the couch all day long. You want to have purpose. In fact, the greatest pathway to longevity is to be aligned with your purpose. You can work very hard and not be corroded when you work hard at things that are aligned with your purpose. So again, I'm making my music or I'm in my artwork, I'm totally obsessed and I'm aligned with my purpose. And I feel like I could go forever. And actually, usually Cheeky is the one that comes out at like 10:30 p.m. And she kind of puts her paw on my leg like this. And she says this, like, you need to come to bed and snuggle me now. And I'm like, good boss, because otherwise I'd be here in the studio, painting away until 12 midnight or whatever. So we must have our loved ones who tell us when it's time to, stop with our work. But when you love what you do, it doesn't really feel choreful or corrosive. It feels energizing. And we should be able to set our own schedule, determine our own daily levels of committedness, like how many hours I'm going to work, or when I'm going to take time to rest, or when I'm going to do self-care. It should be self-generated. It's not self-imposed, not imposed by your environment. And you should impose it to yourself lovingly, because then that means that you can say, I'm going to get enough sleep. I'm going to take time to eat my food, and then I'm going to take time to do my important activities, right? So decolonizing yourself, decolonizing your posture also means that you do schedule and set aside time for restfulness, for self-care, and for unstructured fun. That's important. And some moms are in charge of their own scheduling, but they aren't doing it in a balanced way. So they're not scheduling in self-care time or time for their own shower and hygiene and everything like that, but they are scheduling in time where they're taking care of other people. So I'm sure you know who you are out there. You know how you have to rebalance. You have to balance yourself in your life. So I definitely balance things in my life. So here are some of my things that I do for longevity. I spend a lot of time where I am working in personal sessions, and I'm serving other people, and I'm attentive to their needs. And now my life is good because it's in much more of my own control. There were many times my life was, my scheduling was not in my own control. My life felt very, like difficult and corrosive because I didn't always get enough time to rest. So now I'm like, yes, I choose when I schedule my sessions, and also I will schedule time where I'm like, okay, good. Either I have a night where I don't have any responsibilities, or a whole day where I don't have any responsibilities, and I will choose to do an activity that I find to be energizing. Helping other people is wonderful, but you have to take time to process emotionally the things that you experience talking with people and all of that. So if you do any kind of work or session work, or if you're a therapist or any kind of thing where you serve people, you have to take time to process those emotions. And so what are some of the things that I do? I do a lot of clearings with salt. So these are things that you can apply to your own life. That can be soaking in a bath that is salt water, and it can be regular salt, or it can be Epsom salt or magnesium flakes. When I used to live close to the ocean, I'm not a real swimmer. I already told you I'm kind of afraid of ocean life, but I used to go in like up to my knees, and it's very purifying. So salt has a way to be able to draw away the emotional residues that come inside of you, especially if you're empathic, especially if you're a deeply feeling person. So doing a salt foot bath in salt water, if you don't want to get your whole body wet, foot bath. If you get your whole body wet, do a bath with salt water. If you don't have time for a whole bath and the whole getting wet, getting dry thing, this is a stone that's called selenite. And selenite has lots of salt in it, and it's pretty inexpensive. So you can get a wand, or you can get an egg like this. Cheeky has her own little selenite. And because we go out during the day, and lots of people hug on Cheeky, right? Because she's so cute. So this is me and Cheeky were out in our day, and she's walking around, she's looking so cute. And people are always like, oh, she's so cute. And I say, oh, she's pretty friendly. You can say hi if you want to. And so they come over, and, I say like, hey, Cheeky, hug a friend. That's our command, right? And she'll go over and just sit next to them, and the person will be hugging her. And sometimes they're like, oh, you remind me of my dog. She got hit by a garbage truck and died horribly. And I was like, Cheeky, don't listen. And then we go home, and I'm like, Cheeky, I think we need a little rub down. And I'm rubbing down, and I'm like, Cheeky, let's just take off that lady's grief, because it's really nice that you were comforting her, in remembrance of her dog who has passed on, but you don't need to carry that grief. You know what I'm talking about? So people come to Cheeky with their stuff, and a lot of the time they unburden on her. Cheeky is totally an angelic presence and is a certified earth angel, and she takes it on. So when we get home, especially at the end of the day, Cheeky gets a little rub down because she hates the bath. So Cheeky does not get wet. She thinks that she will die. So we just keep her dry, and we do a little rub down, and then you put this in the sunlight, and the accumulated emotional energy is purged in the sun. So let's say you have a conversation with someone might unload something heavy or project something upon you, or whatever it is, you're porous, you're affected by the emotions that you interact with other people. Just do a clearing. And that equates to just putting the salt through your energy field so that it picks stuff up. You can put it on your actual skin, but really it's about moving through your energy field. The stuff clings to the selenite, and then you just put the selenite in the sun. So you could do something very similar with sage. I see sage right over there. A sprig of sage. So if you live someplace where you can actually burn sage, that's the best thing to do. And what you do is you purify all of the apertures that lead into a room. That's every place where there's a doorway, every place where there's a window, and every place where there's a square, because a square is like an aperture, all right? So when you smudge your house, you begin at the east where the sun rises, and you go in a clockwise direction around all of the windows, and you express your gratitude. If I was holding some sage, like pretend that my wand is a sage here, I would say like, I'm so happy and grateful for this beautiful window that lets in the sunlight. And then I would be like, I'm so happy and grateful for my music speaker, or for my computer, or for my, for my desk area. And you just then move in a clockwise rotation all around your room, and you do the next wall and I do all of my paintings and all of the little masonry squares. And what you do is you express your gratitude and you clear away anything that's not supposed to be there. And you go through your whole entire house doing that. And you go through your kitchen, you go through your bathroom. And, while your thing is saging, while it is smoking, right? And also you do yourself. As you sage yourself, you're like, wow, I'm so happy and grateful for my body. You do underneath your feet, you do going up your back, you do all the way around your head. And you say like, I'm so happy and grateful for my life. I'm so happy and grateful for my presence. I'm so happy and grateful I was out in the world today, interacting with people or going to a party or hugging people or whatever it is. But now is when I clear this stuff away. Okay, so the whole point that I'm trying to say is like when you take a bath, which is part of regular physical hygiene, you wash away everything that's not you. And when you do these energy hygiene maneuvers, you clear away all the energy that is not you. And that's a big, important thing to do and an important skill to learn. So you clear yourself whenever you use salt or the smoke of sage, but you also clear yourself when you connect with the sun. As I told you, the selenite gets full of energy and you leave it in the sunlight to get purified, right? You can also get purified by going into the sunlight. And so taking a real sun bath is a form of purification, and sun gazing itself is a form of purification. As I've been describing it in terms of like dynamic co-creation, but it is also a minor purification. Like if you're going to go into the sun, you leave this reality, you go through a solar portal, you're going to come out who knows where, and you're not coming back, all right? But you are renewed and changed, and you have released a lot of baggage. But let's say not ready to transcend reality yet. What you do is you do sun gazing. It's like just taking a little bath in the sun, but not going fully through that solar portal. And when you do that level of purification, you are communicating to the sun, like, here's all the crap in my life and everything I'm going through and everything that's not so great. But also you have a moment of renewal that is from that reconnection to the sun. So again, I'm looking for how I said this in my notes because I said it in such a good way. If not, please read my notes. I can find it. Oh, okay. So wait, let me read this for you first. All right. You have a sphere of energy that surrounds and interpenetrates your body, and that's like your personal energy atmosphere. And you need to learn how to clean that just in the same way that when you were like a little kindergartner, you had to learn like how do you brush your teeth and how do you comb your hair, how do you take a bath so that you keep your body healthy and clean. And you're in your development stage of your light body where you are learning how to clean your light body and how to keep it clean. And so this bubble of energy is part of how you're learning how to care for yourself. It's porous, meaning that energy can enter into it and energy can leave it. And whenever you interact with anything or anyone, energy is both entering and exiting from your bubble of energy. And so these are the experiences of your day-to-day life. And at the end of the day, you need to make it a positive habit to clear out anything that is not yours. Just like after you eat whatever garlic bread, you're like, I need to brush my teeth and get the garlic out of my mouth, right? So you wash or cleanse or clear your energy bubble. And you do this just like you would definitely brush your teeth after garlic bread. If you've been in a crowd, if you've been out amongst people, if you've been at a party, hugging lots of people, this is because you have overlapping energy. So here's one person's energy field, here's the other person's energy field, and you go to a party and you hug and they overlap. Let's say you're not even consciously interacting with someone. Let's say you're just at a street fair, lots and lots of people, and everybody's buying kebabs or whatever, overlapping. That's just walking down the sidewalk. So just being exposed to other people's energy fields means that your energy field, time body, your chakras, are going to be affected. And you need to clear that out so that you are restabilized. Let me just drink a little bit of this, because I want to also tell you about this. Because I don't want to end talking about the energy field, but this juice is also a big aspect of my personal longevity practice. So let me finish on energy field, and then we'll go to juice. I've talked with you a little bit about when I've been a custom framer on different Aurora stories, okay? So I was pretty early in my time being here. I was literally like a kindergartner. And although I had developed good cognitive skills, I was still learning about personal and energetic boundaries. And when I worked in retail custom framing, I interacted with all sorts of different energy bubbles. And maybe it was good because I got an overview of every type of person that's here, from people who are like very giving and generous to people who are very angry and short-tempered. And I felt like customers were pecking away at pieces of my energy bubble. Like they all came up to me during my day, and I would meet tens or scores of people during each day. And everybody would have questions, or everybody would come up to me. They would all take a little peck at me. And then they would also leave behind some of their own energy. And this was very destabilizing. It was very draining and confusing. And I do consider myself an empath and a telepath. So I'm both empathic and telepathic. And especially if people would leave behind something like their anger or their dissatisfaction or their generalized perturbations. So that was when I started to realize that I had to clear myself out after all these interactions, so that way other people's stuff would not become my stuff. And sage became a big part of that. You can use sage even if you're not able to combust something in your house, because some people have house rules, like no smoking in the house, and they won't appreciate that smell. So even just the herb, but holding it as a wand and using it to clear your space is still very effective. All right. Oh, and the nice thing about sage when you combust it is that it really does create like a shield, a beautiful, healthy place that is a place where you can expand your energy field and really do manifestation and cosmic lovemaking. So just like if I'm going to do my artwork, I want to clean out my art studio. I want to have a sacred place where I can really focus and where I can concentrate and where I can choose my colors and do all the things I want to do. And when I'm having a manifestation rapport with the sun, I want it to be about me and the sun. I don't want it to be about some guy that I talked with at the store or some other interloper that's in my energy field that I don't want them to be there. They're living their life. I'm like, you get out of here. You're not a part of this painting. It's about me and the sun. So it's having strong boundaries. So I like it when I create that smoke around me, because I feel like the smoke creates a protective force field. And then from that protected, cleansed area, I'm able to connect with the sun and start to generate a meaningful conversation and envision different imagery or speak into being what I would like to experience and not just be, stabilized by other people's stuff. So it's a safe place where there's privacy for this type of rapport and collaboration. I talked about selenite and salt, like for a bath, but you can also use salt to clear an object. So let's say if you got something like remote control, this is for my treadmill, at a thrift store, and you were like, this has terrible vibes, bad vibes all over it. What do I do? Because you can't wash it with soap and water. Like, what do? How do you cleanse the vibes? You can put this onto a bed of ordinary table salt, put it on some salt, and the salt clears out the negative vibes. So you have to be aware of this when you get stuff that's secondhand, getting secondhand energy. And that's true of like clothing, housewares, whatever it is. And if you get something that is not easily laundered, you have to clear it, because otherwise you are bringing in other people's stuff into your energy field. So if you're a thrifter or an antiquer, be really aware of that. And I will tell you, for this purpose, I've never been into thrift stores. And when I go into a thrift store, I'm like, there's a lot of other people's energy in here. I can't take it. I gotta get out of here. That's me immediately. I'm like, oh my God, I'm inundated with all these feeling states. And I used to have my friend, Bruna, she's gone to heaven, or she's in the afterlife, she's wherever she is. But she had whatever is that type of talent where you can read an object. So like we would go into a thrift store together and I'd be like, oh, get me out of here. I don't want to touch any of this stuff. And she'd touch something and she'd be like, ooh, somebody killed somebody with that. Put it back down. You know, she would tell all of these different things. And I would be like, none of this is worth it. Like, even if I can find something great for $5, none of this is worth it. It's not worth it for me to absorb all this energy. It's not worth it for me to bring home whatever, this jacket, and then have to find some way to smudge it and clear it and put it in salt and get other people's vibes out of it. So beyond any kind of status symbol of buying something new, I love to buy things new. And that is anything that's upholstered that comes into my house, because I'm not worried about bed bugs or other people's communicable diseases. And also, I'm not worried about ephemeral energy. So yes, I truly, truly prefer to have things that are new. And then my own energy is awesome. Things that I've had for a long time, like my bathrobe or my pajamas, even though they might be old or have a frayed cuff or something like that, I do not feel the need to simply buy a new thing based on its appearance, because I'm like, oh, this has my energy all over it. It feels great. It's mine. But if I bought a bathrobe at a thrift store that had someone else's energy all over it and a frayed cuff, I would be like, there's no way in the world I'm wearing this garment. There's just no way. So, and none of that is just about trying to be fancy, is what I'm trying to say. It is 100% about energy. How does energy relate to longevity? Because every time you got to process someone else's energy, it corrodes you. And Ascension is about accelerating and getting faster and having a state of frictionless bliss and the ability to simply expand your energy outward into your environment. So longevity is about cultivating and curating your environment so that you can expand your energy. And I love having my own place because I get to curate my own environment, and all of my stuff is my stuff. So I don't have junk and I don't have other people's junk, and everything that is here in my environment is here for a reason and for a purpose that makes me happy. When I have lived in roommate situations, I think maybe the worst roommate situation is when I had someone in San Diego who emptied out their entire storage, like their large storage unit, and brought it all into the apartment and had it all of these cardboard boxes with memorabilia from like their whole entire 50 years on Earth, all stored up in the apartment. And just like I told you, when I would go into a thrift store and I would be like, I can't even be in here, like this has too many vibes. I would come into my house and there would just be like these walls of boxes, and they're like, you know, scrapbooks, photo albums from when they were 14, love letters from their boyfriend in 12th grade. And I'm just like, I can't be around this stuff. Like, this is not, this is too much. Because that is the double-edged sword. When you're highly intuitive, you can pick up an object and you can be like, oh, somebody killed somebody with this. That's fun to know. And you can also, you can feel other people's stuff when it's in your environment. And this is why I said, and I'm so happy to hear that people have taken my advice, in your bedroom, don't use your bed and your area under your bed as like generalized storage, because a lot of people they take the area under their bed and they're like, just stuff like old memorabilia, scrapbooks, old love letters, whatever it is, just store it under the bed. I'm like, no, don't do that. Because when you expand at night, when you like release your boundaries and you expand, you're going to expand through all of that stuff and feel all of that energy. So I try to keep my bedroom clear of like books, memorabilia, and anything that's not directly related to either sleeping or changing my clothes. And all of the rest of that stuff I keep in my desk area or in my living space, or put it on a bookshelf, or put it someplace other than where you sleep. So that way your bedroom is sanctuary. And I have a Tibetan salt lamp. I didn't mention that enough. They are wonderful for clearing the atmosphere. And it has an incandescent light bulb in it. So I have that in my bedroom. The salt into the air as a way of clearing and purifying the air. And I just lost my train of thought, but there's something else that's important that I want to tell you about. What I do when I sleep. Get your mind out of the gutter. Body position when sleeping. I can never sleep in one of those cocoon sleeping bags. That would never work for me because I need to expand. I not only expand my energy field, and this has to do with longevity and energetic hygiene. So during my nighttime restfulness, I am not very restful at all. So Cheeky can't take it. She sleeps under the bed. I have a little dog bed for her underneath there because she's like, you're tossing, you're turning, you're flipping, you're flopping, you're pancaking, you're doing everything. I got to get out of here. Like, I'm going to get squashed. And I have never actually squashed Cheeky, but I understand her concerns because I'm a very active sleeper. So why do I do this? Because literally, so all day long when you're erect and you're standing, it puts pressure on your spine. And it's absolutely essential to spend some time laying out flat and to realign the antenna of your spine. And this has to do with, the cerebral spinal fluid and allowing that to flow effectively, allowing the spongy cushions between your vertebrae to kind of reinflate. But also, I don't just like lay down flat because that would be like being in a cocoon. I stretch out big. I stretch my arms out to the side. I'd like turn to the left. I turn to the right. And then pancake. The pancake means when you like, I'm face down. I'm face up. I'm on my side. I'm rolling over. I'm flipping over. I'm doing everything. I do all of those things. I do big like this. Big expansion in the middle of the night. I do all of these. These are really, really important things to do because when you're doing that, you are massaging the organs in your intestines, allowing the digestive juices to flow, allowing the cerebral spinal fluid to flow. Your cerebral spinal fluid should flow like from your head, down your neck, into your lower back, and then back up your spine and back into your head. That's part of like the cleansing process that you go through during the many hours of sleep at night. You need to do all of these things and not be held back by social limitations. But also, like, you might have partners. You might not just sleep with your dog. You might sleep with partners. You might sleep with other people that might get very annoyed by this. So just like, I don't know how to mitigate these problems in relationship, but all I can say is if you want to live a long and healthy life, you have to be comfortable to fully expand and utilize your body's detox pathways when you're sleeping at night. And that it's moving lymph. You are moving lymph. Every time that you do a big stretch out and you move your joints around, you are moving lymph. Every time that you do a twist and a pancake and a flip-flop, you are moving lymph. And that this is a big part of the rejuvenative activities of what happens at night when we are in our sub or supraconscious state. So that is a big part of energetic hygiene. What do I do personally? So several times a week, I do a bath with no soap in the water, but usually just with Epsom salt or table salts. I also put in powdered vitamin C, and I also put in that stuff that's called MSM, which is methyl sulfur something. It's sulfur, and you can absorb sulfur very effectively through your body. And magnesium is also great to do with that. And I find that being in I structure the water also using my magical crystals very safely, because these technically these should not get wet. So I put them into a container so that way they don't actually touch the water, but the frequency goes into the water. So I make beautiful water with all these different healing substances in there. And I also put crystals in the water. And I put this special crystal, but keeping it dry in the water. And all of that really activates my psychic powers. And so I get into the tub and I clear out all of the stuff that's not supposed to be in me, right? And then I feel amplified and augmented, and I'll spend some time in there, like just in that buoyancy. And sometimes I'll reach out telepathically, or I'll do some envisionment work or whatever it is. But that's a big part of energy hygiene. That, like, just like someone might not take you by the hand and tell you this stuff, but like someone had to teach you to brush your teeth when you were tiny, and someone had to teach you when you became a young adult, like you would put on deodorant in the morning or whatever, the things you have to do. Like when your light body awakens, like you need to take baths. And not everybody loves water and feels like they really want to luxuriate in it, but I'm telling you, it's an essential tool. So if you live someplace where you don't have a bathtub, you can still do a lot with submerging your feet and doing foot baths. And you can also experiment with essential oils, even though I don't really work with them that much. You can experiment with putting them into the waters as well. There's something hugely healing and rejuvenating about being in structured water, as the structured water speaks to the structured water that's in your actual cells. All right. So I do baths several times a week. And I also do my crazy flipping, flopping, and pancaking. I clear myself out a lot during the day. Sometimes I will do that with selenite. Sometimes I will do that with sage. But definitely at the end of each day, some form of clearing for me and my dog. Okay, and now let's get to some of these other essential things that I do for health and longevity in my body. So here it's settled out a little bit. Let's see if we can stir it up a little bit more. This is apple, lemon, ginger, and fresh cannabis from my garden. And the cannabis that I grew is high in CBD. And I juice it in a slow masticating juicer, exactly the same way that you would juice whatever, cucumbers or any kind of vegetable, all right? And I feel really comfortable in advocating for this for anybody, even if you're in recovery, even if you're in sobriety, as this will not have a mental effect or a psychoactive effect. So this will not incapacitate you or make it so you can't concentrate or can't drive a car or anything like that. So I feel very comfortable drinking this in class. Thank you, everyone. Not that I have any judgment against psychoactivity, but it's just not for every moment of your day. You might have some responsibilities, all right? Almost every day I drink this drink. And I have been doing that for about 10 years. And it's a major part of the vitality I feel in my body and my health and my ability to rejuvenate. And also has to do with what I was talking about with pharmaceuticals, because I really do live what I teach to others. So I was not on antidepressants, but for a big part of my life, I was on AEDs. That's called anti-epilepsy drugs, because I'm dealing with epilepsy as an artifact of brain injury in adulthood, right? So I took those for, let's say, over 7 years, and it made me less vibrant than I really am. And I definitely noticed it making all of my mind slower, slowed down. I wasn't as sharp and as fast cognitively, and my creativity was way less than I usually am, but also my emotional state and my ability to connect and feel my emotions was a lot less. So all of those things, the anti-epilepsy drugs, they turned down the volume on all of those things. On the positive side, like I did not have uncontrolled seizures and things that used to really diminish my health a lot. So I had to kind of balance out those things. But I made a commitment to myself to be able to wean off of those drugs and use only raw cannabis juice and CBD. And then later I learned you have to take some THC too, to be able to manage my condition. And that's what I've done for the past 10 years. So I have a whole regimen of what I take every day, beginning with high dose of a CBD tincture that's in olive oil or MCT. And I usually put that in my coffee in the morning because it makes me feel stimulated. I also drink this juice during the day. And then before I go to sleep at night, I will take a THC tincture because I learned you have to balance out CBD and THC in your body. It's not good to just take the CBD. You got to have a balance of both of those things in your body. and that cannabinoids don't just go to your brain. People associate cannabis with the inhaled properties of it, which does give you a very like a psychoactive effect, a mental effect. And it's not just affecting your mind. It really goes to the receptors that are in the cell membranes throughout your whole entire body. So when you take dietary cannabis, which is raw juice, but also edibles, but edibles are in a completely different category. So edibles are like magical carpet ride into la la land that you might not feel too responsible, or you may not be able to drive a car or do other things when you have eaten them. So be aware of that. But edibles are also great because they saturate the whole entire body, but you just might not be very functional when you take them. But I love the juice because I am functional when I take it, and it goes to all of the cells throughout my whole entire body and bathes them in this protective force field and helps to mitigate excessive signals. And epilepsy is caused by excessive signals. It's also anti-inflammatory. Epilepsy is caused by inflammation, mostly inflammation in the brain, but also it can be connected to inflammation in the guts. So here's the deal. If you have any kind of autoimmune or inflammatory condition, raw cannabis juice is going to help a lot, especially anything in the digestive tract, anything that is like irritable bowel syndrome, or things that prevent you from absorbing your food effectively, or any kind of inflammation in the lining of your stomach. Cannabis juice is going to help immensely. But also the anti-inflammatory properties translate to your brain. And a lot of people don't know that anxiety and depression are actually symptoms of brain inflammation, specifically the meninges, which are like the protective membranes around your brain. So people think sometimes depression and anxiety are connected to feeling states, things about your life. Sometimes they are about your life. Sometimes it's about your environment, whether you're responding to an irritant. But sometimes it's because your brain is inflamed. And you know what? Your brain can be inflamed by the presence of this stuff. It's not always because you had a bad conversation with someone or lost your job or something like that. So sometimes it's environmental. So this stuff really helps with overall sense of emotional well-being, because it helps to reduce anxiety and depression by reducing brain inflammation. Now, there's also some really, really great research that's been done in recognizing the raw version of THC, it's called THCA, helping to protect against the inflammation that is caused by the spike protein. Even though not really that much of a proponent of the concept of the spike protein and the symptomatic, I want to say symptomania, the symptoms that are coming that people are experiencing from that. Because I said, I thought that it's technosomatic disease. So you've got technology that is causing a series of symptoms. And then you've also got the pollutions that cause their symptoms as well. But I think that those are symptoms of inflammation from the technology. And I think the spike protein is like the convenient beard or fig leaf that is used to be able to allude to inflammation that happens in the body without saying, oh, it's from the unmentionables that we cannot overtly acknowledge. So we will say it is from the spike protein. So it's a rationalism, a rational mechanism that I'm not really in alignment with. But the key point is there is some source of inflammation that is harming people's hearts, digestive system, and circulatory system. And it is for people who both did and did not take the mystery juice. The cannabis, raw cannabis, helps a lot in protecting your body from those levels of inflammation. So it adds to a natural sense of well-being. It also helps a lot with athletic recovery. Like if you like to run or do endurance sports or any kind of thing like that, telling you, you will be able to run more and have less soreness in your body by drinking raw cannabis juice. But you will fail a drug test. You will not be able to be in the Olympics if you drink this juice. I just want you to know that. So be aware that might also affect your standing in the workplace, because although it is a raw, non-psychoactive cannabinoid, it's still a cannabinoid, and it will still show up in drug tests. But that's a big part of my own personal regime for health and longevity. Since I wrote these notes, I've added in 2 other things to my daily routine. One is high dose melatonin, where I do at least 300 milligrams of melatonin, either in like a patch or topical creams before I go to bed. And then I also do the infrared light. And both of those things bring down inflammation. Red light also fights against the inflammation of spike protein, but I do the red light because it directly fights against the false light of this stuff in your body. And these are both hugely supportive of your mitochondria. So red light helps your mitochondria, and high doses of melatonin help your mitochondria. And high doses of melatonin have been shown to be very rejuvenative and also hugely anti-cancer. So I'm not dealing with cancer. I feel like I'm protecting myself from it by taking these larger doses. And in the past 3 years, since they turned on the millimeter wave, I noticed a lot of signs of aging on my skin. And a lot of it happened fast overnight. And I was like, this is not what my skin really looks like. When I started to do the melatonin topically, my skin looks like my real skin texture again. So it really does help in terms of the millimeter wave made my skin feel very dried out and crinkly and dehydrated. And melatonin made my skin feel soft and well hydrated again. So I would say there's every single reason to take the melatonin and very few reasons not to take it. You can look into the work of Dr. John Lawrence. It's spelled a weird way, L-I-E-U-R-A-N-C-E, and he's on YouTube and does a lot of good videos there. But if you're concerned, will you become addicted or habituated to melatonin, or will you be able to still produce your own? You'll still produce your own. We just have an environment, again, that is anti-melatonin. And a lot of this has to do with the distortions of the sun and the sunlight. So the real answer is both energetic hygiene and longevity are directly connected to the sun, are directly connected to our healthy rapport with the sun and our ability to sun gaze and eat our food effectively. But we've got some kind of limitations, either in our eyes and optic nerves or in the atmosphere, preventing us from connecting effectively with the sun. Tons of blue light, tons of things that are blocking out our natural melatonin production, and then many things that are preventing us, let's say, on a cognitive or perception level from connecting effectively with the world of pure light. That's the most rejuvenative thing you can do. Sun gazing and getting that light directly into your insight, or even the stars at night. I used to get so many great ideas and have so much beautiful experience, like putting on my headphones, sitting under the stars, listening to music, having that energy flow through me. And I haven't had that in the past couple of years. And I directly attribute that to the millimeter wave and this stuff in our environment. So takeaways for you for today are that it's very, very difficult right now to stay rejuvenated and to build your body, as almost everything in our environment is perpetrated and calibrated to corrode our divine connection, to corrode our solar connection, to diminish our light body, and to make the body prematurely age and prematurely die. So you're in a bad situation, but there are a lot of things that you can do to help yourself and to protect yourself and to encourage your body's own natural longevity processes. So the melatonin and the infrared and the raw cannabis juice, these are some of those things that really, really help. And they're just parts of an arsenal that eventually will get, you will triumph and not always have to use these things. But for right now, they might help you an enormous amount. Meditation is another aspect of rejuvenation and solar connection. And it should be something that is joyful and not choreful. I am like the worst meditator in terms of just sitting still. I'm not a sitting still person, as you can tell from me, like walking on my treadmill all the time. So I would feel very choreful if I was sitting in meditation. Instead, I turn dance and art making and walking into forms of active meditation. And then I feel really good. But the key point is you are connecting to the sun and connecting to the earth and going into a nonverbal state, because nonverbal states have less friction. And every time you've got that internal dialogue and lots of talking, there's friction, and that is really causing aging in the body. And definitely synthetic telepathy is going to cause aging in the body. Here's another thing I didn't talk about enough yet. The pores of your body, skin, the oils that we make and produce are really holy oil. That these are not gross, dirty, disgusting, greasy oils. Everybody gets culturally indoctrinated to think these bad thoughts about their sebaceous glands, but clear it all out, because that oil is really positive and healthy. And people are taught like you have to get like ivory soap and strip that oil off of your skin, and also some kind of like extreme shampoo. And, you know, when you wash your hair and then it's got a squeaky clean feeling, like my whole entire body feels squeaky clean. Like that's not really good. Each of your sebaceous glands is like a little cup, and it holds oil in it. And if you have a good diet, meaning a balance of olive oil, avocado oil, coconut oil, and butter or lard, then the oils of your sebaceous glands are healthy and pure. And you want them to be on your body as not only a form of moisturizer, but also as a protectant against bad bacteria. And every single one of your sebaceous glands also has a hair that comes out of it, and we're covered in these tiny antennae that are covered in this holy oil. And when you're in the sun, all of the antennae, like if the sun is over there, every part of you tunes in on the sun, and all of the oils of your skin connect to the sun. Like that oil is special and sacred and good. So reacculturating your comprehension of what that body part is, the oils are healthy, natural, and positive, and you don't want to strip them from your body. But what you want to do is use a non-stripping cleanser. So I have this stuff, it's called Not Soap. Literally, that's what it's called. And I highly recommend it. I've used it as I've been here for like 20 years as a walk-in. Because as soon as I, like, of course, like I had to learn by doing. So I came here and I learned all about like these types of ivory soap and whatever. And I would do that. And my skin felt so dry. I was like, I cannot do this. Like, I know people do this in this world, but this is not what we're going to do. And so that was one of the first times that I was like, you guys all use that soap. I'm finding something better. And I found this stuff and it says on it, Not Soap. I'm like, that's what I need. And so that's what I've been using for years. I think it's made by like Nutrabiotic. So it's good stuff. And it has rapeseed extract in it, and then some kind of non-stripping cleanser. So it's just very gentle. And that is the only thing that I use. And so what I've done is cultivate the oils and cultivate the microbiome on the outside of my skin very, very intentionally. And same thing for my hair. I use a gentle shampoo once a week. And I also do different types of hair augmentation, like fermented rice water. That's wonderful, super cheap and great for everyone, guys and girls, because it stimulates the follicles, it puts protein into the hair, it helps to prevent hair loss, like the hair stays on your head longer, it makes your hair thicker and fuller. So I feel really comfortable recommending fermented rice water to people, and also things like fenugreek tea. But then also you can graduate up from there into like colorless henna, or this stuff called amla, like mix it up with eggs and stuff like that. So trying to get across to you that I look at my hair not as something that is a dead inert substance on the top of my head, which again is how most of our world encourages in the world of beauty and salons look at it in that way. But I'm like, no, your hair is alive and definitely connected through the sebaceous glands to your whole head and scalp. And you want to feed it as if it is an alive aspect of your being. So yeah, all these wonderful hair masks that are made out of like egg or yogurt or some kind of oil, like that stuff is really important. And so I make that part of my self-care routine also. And this is part of longevity. And let's talk about teeth also. you can't pay me to put fluoride in my mouth. I think that that is obvious. And I haven't done that for like 20 years. So I found this good type of tooth powder that is made out of like the hydroxyapatite. So it helps to remineralize your teeth and, a couple of other natural ingredients and, kind of make a paste and lightly brush your teeth with it and swish all around with it. So yeah, I'm very selective about that type of hygiene too. And also because I eat a low carb diet. So I'm never drinking Coca-Cola or any of these sugary drinks that tend to erode people's enamel and stuff like that. So I'm already way ahead at not eating a lot of sugary stuff. So I would say avoid Coca-Cola because that's really gonna degrade the enamel. But yeah, the tooth powder is really effective at being able to preserve and rebuild that enamel. And so I make that like part of my whole self-care routine, right? So I'm doing all of these things, this second nature to me at this point, but it did take me a little while to learn about how to do that. And then, I learned my eating style also is low glycemic. So that means that if I have, if I have some juice, like what I just drank, I usually pair it with something that's like some nut butter or a small piece of jerky, something with protein. So that way, if I've got a lot of carbs going into me, I will eat some protein at the same time to kind of balance things out. But I also have found that like through so much walking throughout the day, I'm walking at like 1 mile an hour, but I'm really like constantly using those carbs. So I'm not as carbohydrate sensitive as I used to be, but I still do a good way of combining proteins, fats, and carbs in all of the things that I eat. So that way, it means your blood sugar doesn't go like straight up and straight down. So I avoid drinks like Coca-Cola and any kind of processed thing like that. And I avoid a lot of the other stuff in the grocery store that makes your blood sugar go straight up, because that is also where a lot of aging comes from excessively high glycemic index, where the blood sugar spikes and also the blood in the skin is very high in sugar for a brief amount of time, that causes an oxidative stress and is not that good for your body. So I'm going back through all these comments now. Let me be more attentive to them because I have my notes up. I couldn't see everything. All right. Suzuka says, I really want a med bed, Aurora. I hurt every day. So let me say this to you. I'm very skeptical of med bed technology. I think that it is a modern trope, kind of like the concept of quote unquote, the friendly alien, basically, I should say it better, friendly technology using alien, that a technological healing device would be made available from advanced societies to this society, and that it would heal your maladies. But here are my reservations. I am skeptical of the slightly advanced alien species that would give or make available this technology to humanity. I know them, and I know that they're actually not good people, and that most of their technology runs on trapped and victimized consciousness. Like their propulsion systems to get around star systems are criminal. They're inherently illegal according to cosmic law, and that they are utilizing cell cultures and the misery of DNA to propel their clank metal spaceships through space. So based upon that, I don't trust these guys. And the idea that they are here to help humanity, I think, is an unsubstantiated assertion. I think they are here to exploit humanity, but not to truly help humanity. And then finally, the level of technology and healing that I feel would be available in these med beds would not be a 100% healing. If you got into some kind of a magical glass bed and it 100% healed you, what it should do is restore your DNA to factory settings, cause your ascension, bring you to the point of being a light eater, make it possible for you to have your superpowers of healing and self-regeneration, telekinesis, telepathy, all of the things that we had in ancient Atlantis, and essentially restore you to being an immortal being. And I think that the med beds that are being talked about and promoted and kind of dangled as a shiny trinket in front of humanity in exchange for alliance with these not so good aliens would not be a full healing. I think that they would heal a broken leg, and I think that they might heal cancer, but I don't think that they would do a full healing in bringing you to your true immortal state. And I also think that those very same technology using space races who would offer you the med beds have been instrumental in preventing your ascension. I think that they are in alignment with the AI and that they have been here for a long time, preventing humans from being able to fully access your own higher powers, your own ability for self-healing or to heal your community, and your own divine connection. So I think that they're the very definition of something that is a false god, like ancient Sumeria, that brings itself forward, pretending to be a friend, but really simply interposes itself between yourself and your true divine nature and your true divine connection. And I think that the med beds, as I said, are a distraction or a shiny trinket. And you might pay dearly for a shiny trinket. You know, like when the Europeans came to find the island of Manhattan, and they found the inhabitants of that place who were indigenous people, and they said, we will give you these shiny trinkets. We would like to have your land. And the guys who owned the land, they were like, you can't own land. We'll take your shiny trinkets. Like, get out of here. And they took the beads or the trinkets. And then the other guys took it seriously. They're like, great, we're going to come here and we're going to build a big giant city. You're going to have to go somewhere else. This is exploitation. So I'm trying to say, I think that these technology using space races are here to exploit the indigenous inhabitants of Earth, not to do a fair trade with you. I think that they are willing to offer you med beds like shiny trinkets, but take something from you that is of much greater value, such great value that you don't even know what you have, and that you could negotiate or bargain much, much better to be able to receive full value for that. So I would say, please don't get into the med beds. Just like don't get into clank metal saucers, because I don't think they're going to take you on the healing journey that is where you actually wish to go. That you actually wish to go on a journey of self-empowerment and reawakening of your dormant innate capacities. I could see these med beds as being something that a person returns to. Like, you know, you break your leg, you go in a med bed, you're feeling better, right? Then you get out, but then something else happens. You get back into the med bed, or maybe 10 years later, like, because you get into the med bed, you get out, you're like, I'm 10 years younger, I feel great. But then 10 years later, like, you're going to have to get back into the bed again. So there's very real questions about that, because should it have to become reliant upon it? And then there's also very real questions about how long it has taken for them to become available on Earth's surface and who has access to them. There is probably going to be a lot of iniquity in who gets to access the med beds. It's possible that that technology is already here, and it's possible that the fancy folk already have accessed it, and that the peasantry, those who don't have a lot of money, those who don't have a lot of social status, those who do not have an alliance with the AI, might not have been given access to this and might never be given access to this. Let's look at it in terms of regular human medical care. Like, people with money are able to access medical care. They're able to pay for appointments, pharmaceuticals, and surgeries. And they're also able to pay for holistic practitioners, massage therapists, and, you know, whatever, acupuncturists or different forms of nutrition. All things that are, for many people who are quite ill and in need of healing, financially out of reach. The acupuncture is expensive. Homeopathy and supplements, like, these are all expensive. These are all, everything costs money. So we must demand that healing technologies are not given only to the wealthy or those who can pay for it, but are really given to everyone. When you look at your world, like, this goes back to my talking about, you know, going to the coal mines or some grueling, corrosive daily activity. people achieve great levels of disease and decrepitude because they are working so hard. And although hard work is celebrated in the American value system, because in America, like you're supposed to work hard, the dollar is everything, and you're supposed to work until you're 65, 75, 95. Like you're not supposed to retire. You see someone who's still working when they're 95, everyone is like, good job, America. You know, pay your taxes. Good job, America. Most people, though, who have a heart are like, oh, like you're 95 years old. Like you should really be enjoying your golden years, not whatever working at Walmart or something like that. But there are many people who are old, and the people who are old, you know, forgive me if I'm saying that you're old, you're watching this, you're up there in your years and you're still working. Many people who are like, hey, I'm still healthy enough to work. Like there's nothing wrong with that. And you're right, there's nothing wrong with that. But the ideal is that you would not be so domesticated and trained and indoctrinated for your whole life that you would only work for others, but that you would at a certain point reach levels of self-empowerment and self-fulfillment where you wish to incept or initiate your own meaningful projects, that you have enough savings and money in the bank that you don't have to be working for someone else on their projects. You don't have to work for a corporation on their projects or a small business owner or work as an independent contractor to someone else who's got an idea or a vision. You could have the idea or the vision, and then you could get stuff done, because money in many ways is an empowerment structure. So if you have an idea and something you want to make happen, like whatever, you want to start a company, just crocheting sweaters. Like, well, I'd love to start this company, but I don't have money for yarn, and I don't have money for advertising and marketing. I don't have money for this or that. I'll go work for this guy over here because he's already got a company going and he'll pay me a salary and I'll be part of his project. And that's it's not ideal. It's not the way it's supposed to be, because if you have a deep love of crochet, you should make it your own company. And that, you know, I've run my own companies. I have many companies and many different small businesses. And of all these things that I do, I get a lot of self-fulfillment over generating my own, you know, idea, being excited over it, telling people about it, you know, finding ways to connect with my audience, finding ways to create a product that people love. Like I'm very motivated by that because it's my thing. And at times when I've worked for other people, I'm like, yeah, I am not that motivated to work for this other person because it's their vision. It's their baby. It's their thing that's most important to them. So, you know, I always did a good job, but I didn't always feel as passionately invested in what I was doing as when I started my own companies. That's why I started my own companies. All right. So I'm always encouraging people towards their own self-fulfillment. But the idea is the people that are most in need of med beds are the people at the lowest end of the economic spectrum. And they're at the lowest end of the economic spectrum because they've worked their whole entire lives, have sacrificed their health, and have gotten very little money in return. As opposed to people who are at the higher end of the economic spectrum that did not have to spend 40 plus hours each week working for someone else, but had investments, and their investments worked for them. And so they had much more free time and much more self-directed time and did not have to engage in as many corrosive activities. And they ended up having better health. Those guys can afford med beds. They earned money from making stock market trades. The people that can't afford med beds are the people that are like working at Walmart and have been working at those lower level jobs for, you know, their whole entire life. Maybe they've never been a business owner. So if you were a benevolent alien species and you were like, I have come to heal your planet, take this med bed, use it wisely. You'd also have to be like, wait, I don't want this to be exploited by a bunch of rich, fat people. Give this to the poor people, not the rich people. You'd have to do some kind of social sculpting if you were perceptive at all. So we would really have to see who is getting access to these med beds. How are they being rolled out? How are the alien species that the technology comes from influencing their access? And also, are they fully healing in the world? Now is when I get on my soapbox, though, and I say that really ideally, you don't want to have any kind of intermediary between yourself and God, no form of technology for your healing. That ideally, your healing happens without the need for money or commerce or substances or stuff, that it happens directly from this stuff that's coming in my window right here, light. True sunlight and your true divine connection is the most valuable thing you can have in this world. And that is one of the things that is under assault by the chemtrails and by the atmospheric pollutants, and also by the things that have been limiting people in their mind, in their pineal gland, in their eyesight from receiving that light. So sometimes the light is blocked out, sometimes it's not there, sometimes it's there, but you can't see it with your eyes. But ideally, instead of a med bed doing this healing, you would get light from God, and you would innately know where that light needed to go in your body in order to heal and balance whatever you needed. And then you would heal yourself. That's the best story, because you didn't have to ask permission from someone else or pay someone else a fee or buy a bottle of medicine or buy any kind of a stuff. It's just you and God. And then that means if you're not feeling so great or something doesn't feel that great, you don't have to go back and buy another session or buy some more technology or do any kind of thing like that. All that you have to do is have access to sunlight. So this is really how our bodies are healed, but it requires pure sunlight. And the technologies using races that have been imprisoning humanity have been taking away your sunlight. So you got to comprehend that in many ways, they've been making you sick by spraying the persistent aerosols, removing access to your real sunlight, and diminishing your ascension. Then they come along and they're like, huh, I see you're kind of sick. Beds for everyone. And that is like when the arsonist becomes the firefighter. Gonna come in with all of the solutions to all of the problems that I've created for you. So all of those are very rational reasons that explain and describe the origins of my skepticism. But I want you to know that I hear your request for healing, and I wish it for you and for each one of us and for all of our pets and all of our loved ones. We all need deep and profound healing. People who took the science juice and people who did not take the science juice, everybody needs to be cleansed and purged of all of that effluvia of genetic distortions and of the inflammations that have happened. And that's just within the past couple of years. People are really suffering with cancer. People are really suffering with autoimmune diseases and inflammation that is basically the body attacking itself. People are really suffering with psychiatric and emotional disorders. People are suffering in so many different ways from the biological imbalances of being in this world. And we need deep and profound healing. And we also need healing of the food supply. Like I told you about how I'm very selective about the foods that I eat. Although I eat all different types of foods, I'm very selective about how I source them. So like I would not eat the farmed tilapia because I'm like, I know they feed them bad stuff and it's not good for you. Like I can't just say like, yeah, I eat fish, because like I would like to eat some non-polluted fish. Like I'm on a non-polluted diet. That's me. Like I would eat some forms of fish, but not other forms of fish. I would eat some forms of chicken, but not other forms of chicken. Like you cannot pay me to eat like the Chick-fil-A Popeyes chicken. Like that's not real chicken. That's a questionable science experiment. But I go to my local, I have to spell it out because my dog is here. Butcher. All right, that's all I can say. And that is where I get my meat from. And it is all locally sourced and ethical. And they feed them real grass and real food and nothing genetically modified. And that's why I only buy my protein from that one place. And then I cook it myself. But yeah, no, you couldn't pay me to eat chicken nuggets. I would never ingest. In fact, I've never eaten at McDonald's my whole entire life here as Aurora. I've never eaten at McDonald's. And I have done lots of road tripping and all sorts of things like that, where people are usually eating fast foods when they're out traveling. This is me. I bring beef jerky and kale chips, and I'm eating that in my car instead of stopping at fast food places. And I bring all of my own water because I will not drink fluoridated water. So I carry like my own stuff. And this has to do with the energy field. This is beyond some kind of bourgeois snobbery. This is really about carrying my energy field with me, even when I travel. So I bring healthy food and healthy, positive water with me because I do not trust the impurities in most of the foods that are available in convenience stores and bottled water with microplastics and other problems that are in there. So I would really encourage you to be like me and be selective and bring your own foods with you and prepare your own foods at home. But I'll also tell you I have a repertoire of pastries. But in order to go into my pastry file, it has to be worth it. It has to be something worth it. All right. So when I lived in San Diego, it's not a good time in my life, but I did eat two amazing pastries when I was there. One was from a renowned French bakery. I think I've already told you about my almond croissant. That was just transcendent. And another one was a Cuban bakery called Zucar that literally translates as sugar. Everything in that whole entire place was made out of sugar. And you know that I do not usually eat a lot of sugar, but on a special occasion, I got this thing that was a pistachio, passion fruit, giant macaron. It was so good. I can still taste it right now. It was so unique and so wonderful. And I'd never had anything like it. And I ate the whole entire thing. I did not eat half and then eat the other half later. I'm like, I'm eating this whole entire thing now. And I ate it outside in the sunshine. Beautiful day, sitting there with my dog. So you gotta sometimes you have to live, is what I'm trying to say. And you will know when it's time for you to indulge in a pastry because your higher self will tell you. You will be like, today is the day. And I could feel it too in my heart. I was like, today is the day. And I walked right on down to that pastry shop and I bought that pastry and I ate it. And it was not like a special occasion. It was just a spiritual special occasion. But not every day is a spiritual special occasion. That happens like once every 6 months. And when you do it, you have to be in like the highest mind state. No guilt, no shame, no remorse, no bargaining. Not thinking to yourself, I have to do whatever 27 push-ups after I eat this. No, you just eat it with pure love as the gift of what life is. And that is, again, it's a magical activity. And I will also say there are some times when someone has offered me some kind of homemade food that is not usually what I eat, but it's filled with love and is special in what they have made. And I will accept it because there is a type of purification that happens in the gifting of food. So sometimes people have made me something. I think one time it was like a banana nut muffin or whatever. And I didn't say to this person, like, I do not eat wheat and I don't eat sugar and I don't eat this and that. I accepted it with gratitude and I ate it because I was like, thank you so much for making this and gifting it to me. So that's also something that you really have to comprehend. What I'm describing here is gratitude. That sometimes through nutritional, it's called orthorexy, when you have to only eat the right foods all the time, the experiencer can be out of gratitude with what life is bringing to us. So sometimes it's wonderful to embrace gratitude for the variety of different types of foods that are in our environment, and especially if someone makes something and gifts it to you, or if they're willing to cut it in half and share half with you. It is transformative and you should accept it. And then also, when you're eating it, making love to your pastries. You need to make sweet love to those pastries and have them saturate you and come inside of you. And it becomes an indelible moment of joy in your life. And then that goes in the recipe file. And then you don't have to eat it again. I ate one of those passion fruit macaroons. I did not eat 10 of them. It's a once in a lifetime experience. So think about that too. When you're eating it, you're like, peak moment, peak moment. Enjoy the scenery. It's a once in a lifetime experience. So let's get to some more. So I hope that I wasn't too harsh in what I said about your desire for a med bed. And so what I will wish for you is I wish for your healing and that you will get all the levels of self-empowerment that can happen to be able to bring that forward for you in your life. Aurelia is talking about decolonizing her posture. And she says, I do not like shoes at all. They do not feel right on my feet. Girl, I am totally with you. Okay, so I used to live in cowboy boots, but that was when I lived in a much colder climate on the East Coast. And in the past 10 years or so, I have found that I don't like wearing shoes that have a closed toe at all. Like my toes need to spread out and sometimes even hang over the front of the shoes, and they need to really move. This is like me flipping and flopping at night. I can't wear shoes that are closed-toed shoes. Even when we have cold weather here, I wear socks with my sandals. And I know that that is a fashion faux pas, and I know that that is wrong, and I'm breaking all of the rules in life. So people are just going to have to deal with it. And I tell people, I'm like, I know this is not allowed, but I'm doing it anyway. And just, you're going to have to rearrange society around my needs. And it's okay because I'm not hurting anyone, right, with my socks and sandals. But I totally relate. And so what I have done is I have found like my ideal, like barefoot type sandals. And I just have a million pairs of those. And that's all that I wear. And at this point, you couldn't pay me to wear high heels. I find them so unbelievably uncomfortable. And even when it's cold and raining outside, I do not want to put like real shoes on my feet. So I haven't really visited any place where it's very snowy, but I have lived in a couple of places where it's been like, definitely like in the 50s, cold enough in the wintertime. And you know what I found? My feet do not get cold. Like my face gets cold, my hands get cold, but somehow my feet are not cold. So I have just changed and recalibrated. But to me, it is about the freedom to be able to really like feel my toes, use my whole entire foot when I'm walking or, like propelling myself down the sidewalk. Sometimes I even dance when I'm kind of walking down the sidewalk. And shoes are very constrictive. And when I'm here in my home, like hardly ever wear shoes at all. So I'm definitely a barefoot indoors inside of the house type of person. So as much as it is practical for people to do that, I would encourage you to do that. Now, if you live someplace where you will blacken and die because it's cold out, if you wear no shoes, please wear shoes. Please protect your feet. But again, like I'm not living someplace where it's -40 or anything like that. I'm here in California. But as much as possible, reacquaint yourself with your feet, with your barefoot posture. So, okay, your shoes that you wear have everything to do with the erect nature of your spine and how your head sits on your spine. And that's why I won't wear cowboy boots anymore, because I didn't used to know that that wasn't so good for your back. So now I just wear zero drop flat shoes, and that feels good on my body. Suzeka says, me either. My feet feel like they're suffocating. I think I've been part feral all this time and didn't know it. I'm sure that you have. And you know something? Little kids hate to have to wear their shoes. They are always kicking them off, throwing them off, and generally being fussy about having to put them on. I think that we have to kind of like diminish a part of ourselves to get comfortable with wearing shoes. And that's why they usually say it's a rite of passage. It's like, hooray, your first pair of shoes, and soon you'll go to kindergarten, and soon you'll do this and that. And it's like, no, really, I really don't want to have to wear shoes. The truth is, I want to play. I don't want to have to go to school. I want to play, make artwork, and run around in the garden wearing no shoes, Like that's like being retired, right? Lan says, I've been wearing zero barefoot sandals for 2 years now, and my feet went from ballerina shape to more square cuboid shape. Very good for you. I can't get back into heels or boots, not even Clark's, which are expensive work shoes. It hurts too bad. Women's feet have been really domesticated. It feels so good to walk now. Lan, I'm really, really happy to hear that from you. My feet also changed from being toes very congested together to being much wider and spread apart. And same thing here. I cannot even fit into most women's shoes and look at them as torture devices. So I'm very, very happy to hear that. And I think that you're talking XERO is Zero brand. I think that they're a good brand. I had some challenges because my shoe size is large for a lady. I'm size 12, and a lot of their shoes only go up to size 11. But other than that, it's a good brand. So I have found I like the Columbia sandals because they go up to my size. And then I'm telling you, my feet are so large, sometimes my toes hang over the edge because I think I am part Sasquatch. Pedro says, I dozed off a bit for a moment. I believe the class had finished and another had started. Weird feeling. Yes, Pedro, welcome to next week. You've slept all week, and now we're into next week. And Suzeka says, I've just been doing exactly that, Aurora, washing my hair only once a week. Good. Using solution of Rasul clay. Rasul clay is excellent. And water in place of shampoo and vinegar solution rinse to balance pH of my hair. Excellent. Grapeseed oil or coconut oil on my hair for conditioner. Also boar bristle brush. Brushing hair with it to distribute hair oils and only detangling my hair with my fingers after it's dry. Trying to grow my hair long. You're doing all the right stuff. So that Rasul clay is excellent. It is the traditional way of washing hair that's from Morocco, and the indigenous people of North America used to use white clay and ashes as a way of washing their hair. And they would make it a whole community event too, where everybody put clay on their head and everybody washed everybody's hair. Like, it's self-care and it's purification. So the clay is excellent. And also vinegar is great for your hair, along with regular vinegar or apple cider vinegar. You can use it in place of shampoo. You can use it as a scalp wash. Both of those things are great. And yes, the grapeseed oil, because the grapeseed oil is very antibacterial and really soaks into the hair and the skin very well. So these are ways of like taking care of our body. Just really pretty much take your cues from the indigenous or original people of our world and how they did things. And the other thing you mentioned is great, the boar bristle brush. So if you have Caucasian hair, when your hair is dry, you brush your hair with this boar bristle brush. It's natural bristles and it helps to distribute the oils. But if your hair is African or has a low porosity, you might want to wet your hair first and then maybe even put in some kind of a conditioner, so that way you're not brushing totally dry hair. Like, you have to see what your hair texture is like. So for some people, like when their hair is wet, the hair is more elastic, and if you brush it, it will break. But some people like to have their hair be wet and kind of go through a detangling solution. Like, it is very dependent upon your porosity and the elasticity of your hair. So figure out if you like brush it when it's dry or brush it when it's wet. But I'm very similar. I only brush my hair when it's dry, only brush my hair once a week, and I only brush it right before I do my whole little soaking and washing routine. And the rest of the time, pretty much just finger detangle and let it be as wild as it wants to be. Melly says, med beds are just fancy techno band-aids and do not address the real issues to be healed and rectified. Thank you. That's a great synopsis. You have a beautiful gift, Melly. Synopsizing everything that takes me like 15 minutes to say in one beautiful little chunk. Thank you for that chunk. Pedro says, love the lasagna, no remorse, just eat it. Merkaba, all like totally. And the no remorse has everything to do with the celebration of life. And so as much as it is possible, because in this world, like, there are some things that are very toxic that we should not eat. Like, sometimes you go to a birthday party or whatever, and it's just like none of the food is good. But as much as possible, we should serve one another healthy food, but also we should receive our food in gratitude. So think about that too. So I was a low carb person for most of my life to control epilepsy. And I would go to many different gatherings, especially when I lived in New York State. And people would have every type of carb, like every type of popcorn, pizza, potato chip, all the peas at parties. And I would always bring something that was like healthy for me to eat. But people weren't really there with me yet. And it took a long time, but finally I started to notice when I went to parties that other people would bring things that are low carb. And then people started to recognize, like, this is a whole different way of being. And it just took a little while. But now when I go to gatherings, people have, I think, a much better selection. So this is what I'm trying to say. We have to shift our culture. And what do we think of as party food? What do we think of as a celebration? How do we take care of one another? And part of taking care of one another is recognizing, like, not everybody is going to want to drink sugary drinks or eat chocolates or eat, pretzels or potato chips at a party. You're going to have something else as an option. And even young people, parents are really treating their children differently in this generation, where it's not just like, okay, kids, eat as much candy as you want to, because there's real behavioral issues about feeding kids lots of candy and having to be out of control. So even kids do a lot better when there's more protein to snack on and not only carbs. So this is, again, about how we treat each other in the world. We get to do a lot with the levels of boundaries that we set. We don't only have to carry on the negative characteristics of previous generations. And that includes things like Thanksgiving, that Thanksgiving doesn't only have to be like a giant, carbohydrate opportunity. You can have balanced food even on holidays and other good things like that. So that this is what when I talk about longevity, part of this is shifting the cultural context away from the things that take us towards death and to the things that bring us life. I didn't even mention alcohol. So I do not drink alcohol, and that is largely to help my brain, as alcohol is one of the major triggers for epilepsy. And I didn't know that in the first few years that I was here as Aurora. So I lived in the context with other people. Other people offered me alcohol, and I drank it because I'm like, this is what people do around here. And then it did not take me very long to learn, like, this is not something that you should drink. And I was always amazed, like, these guys are drinking it. I cannot drink this stuff. And then I learned, like, yeah, it's really not that good for people who have epilepsy. So I haven't really drank anything in whatever, probably about 18 years. And I make all of my tinctures without alcohol. So that way it's not going to be an issue for me. But nothing about alcohol seems healthy or appealing to me. And so I really hope that in this generation and moving forward, we recontextualize our relationship to alcohol. I don't think that it's something that's like fun, celebratory, or good, or that we should model for young people. And I don't think that it's mostly used in positive ways. I think mostly people are using it to get through socially uncomfortable situations or when they're bored. And I mean, hopefully you would go to a party where it's not uncomfortable, so you don't feel like you have to drink alcohol just to have fun. And also you wouldn't feel bored, like, baseball is boring. Newsflash. I went to one baseball game and I was like, oh, I understand why people drink alcohol during the baseball game. Because this is very, very boring. And alcohol makes the time go by faster. So you just have to recognize that alcohol is tied up culturally with certain activities that are inherently boring. And once you take the alcohol away from them, people are just going to be like, why are we doing this? This does not seem like something I want to continue doing. All of that is a worthy reassessment of the habits, the cultural habits that we have in our world. So reassessing birthday party junk food, regular party junk food, alcohol, alcoholic gatherings, family Thanksgivings. These are all worthy things to be done. And I feel like that's all good, worthy stuff to do once we conquer the AI. Like once we get rid of the stuff that is really causing corrosion, then you can get into all of these finer fine tunings. I was away from Ojai, where I currently live, for about 1 year, and I lived in San Diego. And when I returned from San Diego, some people that I know as community members, I looked at them, they looked like they had aged 10 years in 1 year. And I didn't want to be like mean or inappropriate to anyone. But I kind of started to recognize, like, this 5G and whatever has been turned on technologically in our world, it is really changing people's skin texture, their levels of hydration, their hair styles and thickness and everything. And I think that it is causing a lot of premature aging and a lot of premature decrepitude. And most people that I'm connected to now recognize that the telecommunications grid, the millimeter wave, it's not just made for faster download speeds. The agenda is not really so that you can watch your high definition movies more easily while on the go. The agenda is to corrode humans, to make people prematurely age, to make people prematurely decrepit and incapacitate them. That's all really dark stuff. That's all the stuff that the 85% psychopaths agree to. Like, that is not okay. And they would have no problem with it. They'd be like, wrinkles, schminkles. So what? You look at a little older. Doesn't matter, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yes, of course it matters. Because you know why? Each one of us is a calculative node on the supercomputer known as God. And when we are diminished or made decrepit or less beautiful in our appearance, it means that we are not transmitting the divine signals in our world as much as we are supposed to. So just as I talked to you about those who are transmitting the signals of the overlord, oppressor, invaders with their artificial implantations, we are supposed to have our natural architecture and to be I'm sorry, I'm very hot. It's like very hot here. Sweating here. We're supposed to be connected to God and sending all around divine signals into our environment. And every time we send and receive divine information, it's supposed to keep us young and beautiful. And the ideal is that by doing that exclusively, we are able to live beautifully in community, be sustained, and be celebrated. And you could live for hundreds or even thousands of years, healthy and young and vibrant, and really have the time and the opportunity to do all the things that you've wanted to do. So you will remember the world that you come out of, where there was 100-year lifespan and these limitations and commitments to corporate work, corporatism, and the sacrifice of self for on the altar of commodification of time. And that's, I didn't finish that up. Jose Arguelles said very famously, art is time, or time is art, meaning like you don't sell your moments. Each moment is a masterpiece. And you're not supposed to be like, got a moment, $5, going once, going twice. You're supposed to be like, this is a precious treasure, a Fabergé egg. I can't sell it for $5. This moment is the culmination of my soul's journey across vast dimensions and, incredible unlikelihoods. I'm not going to sell it to the highest bidder. I'm not going to even sell it for $25. I'm not even going to sell it for $80. So now we're starting to get into different levels of prioritization, where you prioritize your life experience and being in divine union much, much more than earning money. But hey, everybody's got to get paid, right? Everybody's got to pay the bank. Everybody's got to pay their rent. Everybody's got to pay their car insurance. So we have to restructure and redefine our reality so that we can still pay for the things we need to pay for without sacrificing our souls. Pedro says, putting a Merkaba on all light might seem difficult, but if there's only one photon, it's easy. You got it. Pedro, you are turning into a master. Absolutely, because what you just said is totally truthful. Every photon has within it the potential and connection to every other photon. In fact, if this was like a giant photon here, super exaggerated, and you looked into it, what you would see is every photon going back to the beginning of photons ever. Gonna hug Cheeky. Cheeky's gonna have to go out soon. Let's get to this next question. Melly says, it has been my discovery that at least part of the accelerated aging is the siphoning of every drop of melatonin. Gotcha. Your advice to add the powder to cream has corrected all kinds of sudden photo-aging I experienced in the last 2 years. I am so happy to hear that. And I'm really, really glad for the confirmation that that melatonin helps so much. So yeah, I got the melatonin powder and I mix it into an external cream. There's no real way to overdose on it, but I measure out, 3 grams. So that way that goes into a good couple of tablespoons of moisturizer. I put that on at night before I do my little red light. Cheeky loves the chicken light. She gets the red light too, and she gets it on her belly. So Cheeky is staying young and youthful forever as well. And yeah, totally. I've noticed lots of premature aging with different dogs and animals that we know around town, because they get hit very hard with this 5G frequency stuff too. So Cheeky gets little droplets of CBD and some little protective mushroom tinctures, and she gets the raw food diet. So we're doing all the things that we can do to help keep her young. But also, what I know was the most important thing for Cheeky in terms of staying young? We had to get out of the negative environments, like being in San Diego. Cheeky barked all the time because it was like really loud, garbage trucks, skateboards, all this stuff. Like she was freaked out all the time. And when we lived in a shared house with a bigger dog, she was not barking, but she was always afraid. She's like, that's the bigger dog. I don't like the bigger dog. So getting Cheeky out of stressful environments and use it as an example in your own life. That I needed to be out of the stressful environments of San Diego and the shared house. We all need to go into low stress environments in order to really optimize our personal healing and our longevity. So low stress environments, being in control of your own schedule, reaching for joy. And that means, you balance out the things that you have to do for your responsibilities in life with things that bring you just pure joy. You got to have a balance. And you can't always be putting off your joy until one day when you're retired and life is perfect. So you must do some of your joy now, but also you must do some responsibilities now also. It's not that much fun or whatever, but I wash the dishes. But you can make the dishes fun, put on some music and you groove or do whatever, put on an informative video, learn something while you're doing the dishes, like try to find a way to make these things more pleasant. But when I compare my life now to what my life was like 10 years ago before I moved to California, when I lived in East Coast and there was lots of cold weather and I was working as a retail custom framer. My life is much better now in terms of fostering health and rejuvenation because I choose who I interact with. This is a good Aurora story. I told you I used to feel very diminished, like all these people were coming at me with my energy during the day and they would peck away at me with little questions and I would just go home feeling very drained. I'd be like, oh, everybody get away from me, like I just want to make artwork. And I remember making a wish. And my wish was, I was like, one day I'm going to be able to be so in control of my life that I'm going to be able to choose who I interact with all day long. And that was a radical assertion because I worked in a store. And when you work in a store, you are professionally obligated to talk to whoever comes into that store. And people could be like cool, bohemian, artsy, or they could be dangerous psychopaths, or they could be smelly homeless people. Like it could be anybody. And you have to talk to them. And I'm very responsible. So I wouldn't, be cruel or mean or whatever to people that came into the store. I talked with everyone, even though it was very wearing. And now I have the life that I envisioned, where I get to be selective, even in the fashion, when I work outside of my home. Because, I do a lot of my own business and I own my own businesses. But when I've worked for other people, I am selective about who I work for and under what circumstances. And I choose to work for good people. So like last year, my most recent gig out of my house, I worked as an art assistant for a wonderful couple who's local to the area here, a visual artist and a musician and a music producer. Like that's what and their whole entire house is an art studio. They have musical equipment everywhere. They have tons of musicians in and out all day long. It was a wonderful work environment because I was marinating in creativity and I was helping to facilitate creative projects. And when I interacted with people, it would be an artist, a musician, an unusual person, something that I could learn from them or something like that. It did not feel like I was simply being diminished or drained by a variety of random people. So keep that in mind. Use me as a template. When you're looking for, work that is not work that you generate or not your own business, if you're working for someone else, find someone cool to work for. Find someone where you're going to learn and grow and be uplifted. And also, I uplifted a lot of people in that environment. As I told you, I'm always out of the closet about being a walk-in and she comes with me everywhere. So we had like the best time. We told lots of stories and we encouraged other people and we were there to be, uplifting and present during emotional times. So work becomes meaningful. And a lot of work that people do is not always meaningful. Sometimes it is just choreful. Sometimes it's just a paycheck. Sometimes it's just getting through the day. And if that is you, then it really might be time to reassess whether that's optimum work for you and maybe to change and shift your life. And there is nothing more freeing than just thought, like, what if I got a different job? It doesn't mean you quit immediately. It means you start to look at new listings. You start to send your resume around. It's so freeing to be able to be like, wow, like I'm really only in a mediocre situation. What if I looked for a better situation? And that is part of longevity. It is the removal of friction. And a lot of the friction are the things that we hold ourselves back, different expectations and commitments. As soon as you release the burdens on yourself, expectation and commitment, you're like, wow, I could change. I could get a completely different job. I could even move somewhere else. There's a better job somewhere else. And once you start to think in that way, like you become free again and life becomes a fun, expansive adventure again. So I would really encourage everyone, because we're still in this world of money. Like we want to create and generate a world where we don't have money, where we just have excellence and energy and have everything that we need. For the time that we have money, to earn your money in a wonderful and exalted way. And then I didn't talk about this that much. It's not really that much part of this curriculum, but I did a whole little workshop that was about sending and receiving money with joy and gratitude. It's a big part of my life. So just like with my food, sometimes I'm like, hooray, like giant passion fruit macaroon. But sometimes I'm like, hooray, grilled chicken, because I need protein, right? It's the same thing with looking at all different aspects of your life and how you structure things and what you choose and what you align with. Finding the right situation or the right work at each time becomes frictionless. And if it's really about what is on your path at each time, what is right for you at each time. So sometimes it's right to focus on your being an independent artist, or sometimes it's right to focus on building your own business, but sometimes it's right to focus on working for someone else. And you give yourself inner freedom, just like you do with food. Sometimes you should really eat carrots. Sometimes you should eat a pastry. Sometimes you should work for someone else and receive a weekly paycheck. But sometimes you should jump off into oblivion and, create a product and sell it on Etsy. Like, different times require different levels of nutrition and different approaches. So the inner freedom is really what turns a mediocre or hellish experience into an exalted heavenly experience. And all of that is done external or apart from any of this type of technological implantation. The technological system and the technological implantation wants everyone to be an automaton, wants everyone to be like an Uber driver where an app tells you what to do at every time of the day. You never have your own free undirected time, and you are 100% controlled by technology, either on a phone or in your brain. That is not what we want for ourselves. That is what the 85% who are assimilated would agree to or have agreed to for themselves, but I do not consent for myself, and I do not consent for any of you, because as I spoke about in that interview yesterday, that is what really destroyed or is imminently in danger of destroying or is imperiling ancient concurrent Atlantis. When they set up the artificial Merkaba and people could not even think the thought, like, I am a mental slave. They couldn't even think that thought because their thoughts were so mind controlled. That is what really caused the catastrophe. So this AI and these different levels of technology implantation would love to control people as automatons with zero free will, 100% controlling your output and your economy, your activities, and how much you earn. And I would even say there's a danger in a lot of people in the New Age world who would accept what is known as QFS, quantum financial system. I am as much against that as I am against the technology of the med beds, because it is, again, it's artificial interloper. It's not real God. It's putting yourself and your money in the hands of a supposedly benevolent AI that's going to supposedly do the thing where energy flows to excellence. You don't need an AI to do that. All you need to do is get rid of all of these inhibitors. Like, water seeks its own level if you don't have a bunch of obstacles in its way. If you got rid of all of the 85% of psychopaths, all of the AI stuff, and all of these implantation technologies, then energy would simply flow to excellence. And what would that look like? It would look like if you're a music lover and you're listening to some musician, like, this guy is great. He should have 1 million listens on Spotify. He should be making lots of money. That is not what we presently have. We presently have a very, very manufactured world where not the best musicians are getting 1 million listens on Spotify, and they're getting it through, corrupt means where they are making deals or whatever is happening, purchasing their way to the top of the hit parade. We would not have that. We would have a genuine playing field where the best music is celebrated, the best artwork is celebrated, the best restaurants would be the most well-traveled and most, whatever, 5-star talked about. It would not be any of these things where people simply buy good reviews or artificially elevate whatever is their business or their personal efforts and somehow get money even when they're not that great. Like, when you listen to the music that's on the radio right now, you might be like, it's not that great. I kind of agree with you. And also, don't get me started on AI music, because that stuff is just corrosive. And also, don't get me started on AI artwork, because that makes me want to go into a 3 hour long tirade about how art is dead. When I'm on Facebook and I'm scrolling by and there's some kind of AI generated art and I can spot it at this point, I immediately press that little X. I'm like, X that out. Get that out of here. I don't care if I've known you for 20 years. I'm not going to look at this AI stuff. So don't share AI stuff. This is like not putting out tons of carbs and sugar at your gatherings. We don't do this to each other. Stop sharing AI imagery. Hire real artists. Listen to real music. I don't want to listen to AI generated music. And I definitely don't want to listen to stuff that's quantized, or that's when they auto-tune the voices and the percussion and take all the soul out of it. I don't want to listen to any of that stuff. So friends don't let friends share AI images. And also we need to listen to real music. So our art and our music cannot be generated by AI. And we need to do that. So that's what I'll end on, this very important part. Art is meant to, as time is art, right? From Jose Arguelles. Art is meant to be an expression of your soul. Art is not merely a commodity to get something done. Anybody who's ever become an artist pretty much learned that pretty fast. Like, don't become an artist, like just to make some money, because that does not happen. All right. You become an artist because you love what you do. If you just want to make some money, like go work for someone else or put money into the stock market. Don't be an artist, because being an artist is about your deep passions and what you really feel strongly about, and sometimes being irrational and doing things because your intuition tells you to do it. And sometimes it looks great and sometimes it looks terrible. It's not a rational activity, but it is a human activity. And it is part of how we express the truest nature and the beauty of what we are inside. When AI takes that away from humans, it diminishes all of us on a soul level, because we're looking at the imposter art that doesn't really express anything about having a soul, doesn't really say anything about a person's journey, because it's not made by a person and it is not made about a journey. It's just an image. And it's very disheartening as an artist to see that stuff becoming so prevalent, but then it's wonderful when I find out that other people hate it too. I'm like, yeah, let's join the I hate AI art community. It'd be like, get this stuff out of here. I don't want it. And yeah, whatever you make, I'm telling you, if you draw stuff with Crayola crayons, I will celebrate you. Whatever is your level of artistry, if you're a real person and you use real art materials, I will celebrate you. As long as you're not an AI algorithm or just a bunch of pixels, that's what I'm not celebrating. So you could be the crudest, whatever, art brute in the world, and I will be like, good job. Like, I really enjoy your stick figure. Good job. Because you drew a stick figure, which is more than an AI can do. And also because with encouragement, you can do more than draw a stick figure. If you keep going, one day you could be really good. So I'm very much about encouraging people in their genuine artistry and in their genuine music and self-expression, and everything that we do should transcend and invalidate AI as an interloper, and including having a divine connection. God is supposed to be telling us whether we deserve to have rewards and celebration, or whether we deserve to be thrown in the dustbin. If we don't have that, if we have AI doing some kind of quantum financial system, then you have AI playing God. And it can just be like, hey kid, I don't like your face. You go in the dustbin. But I like this guy over here. This guy agreed with my agenda. This guy's got a future. This kid's got potential. Suzeika says watercolor. I have watercolor paintings all over my walls that I painted beautiful. And I love watercolors. It takes a lot of expertise to be able to paint those. And Melly says, it always creeps me out when people make the AI avatars on their Facebook profile. I know. And so we got to say this too. On the topic of AI avatars and different filters and distortions for what people's faces look like. So the phones and the computer cameras, they do not give an accurate portrayal of what our faces really look like. We know that there's camera distortion, and we know that there's different levels of, pixel distortion. But also, it's not healthy to do all this stuff with different filters and avatars and things to try to make a person's face look different or younger, and then for people to portray that as their true image, because there's some sense of lack of self-love and lack of self-celebration there. And then a lot of that is a slippery slope to becoming a beautiful clone, like poreless skin and just totally looking like a made up person, like not a real person. So we need to sell it. What is our, this comes down to a topic here. What is our standard of beauty? Is our standard of beauty to look like a porcelain robot? Or is our standard of beauty to look like a real person? I want people to look like real people, but I also want you to look like your real person, your realist self, not the way that these distorted images make people look, which is often older or less attractive than they actually are. So it's kind of that same paradigm where it's like, I will make a problem for you, then I will be the solution. The AI is like, I'm going to make everybody look really, really bad. Then I'm going to offer them filters and I'm going to make them look really, really good, except it's all going to be fake and they're going to get used to looking fake. We don't want that. So there's a fun, and I look at also the way that my face looked when I would take images with digital cameras, pre-selfie. And then I look at the way my face looks in cell phone selfies, and it's very distorted. And I'm lucky that I have that ability to compare, because I'm like, I know what my face looks like. This is what my face looks like. But young people might not be able to compare, because they might not know that there ever was a time before cell phones, and they might not even know what they genuinely look like. And it can be so hard to be growing up and creating your identity and trying to create a sense of self in the world and comparing yourself to other people and feeling inadequate. And I understand why the filters exist. So we really need to do this also in how we love each other in community. Like, if you come to my house, I'm not going to serve you a bunch of genetically modified pretzels as a party. When we interact in terms of sharing things on social media, how do we react to each other's imagery, to each other's photos? What do we think is celebratory or appropriate? And then some people are doing this too in their like personal business profiles. They get the AI generated selfie picture because they think it makes them look professional, like a professional headshot. But it just makes you look like a robot person, not like a real person. So then we have to really navigate this difficult time of people embracing artifice. But let's just make a social agreement with each other. Like, let's not embrace artifice. Let's be our real selves. Let's not use these filters and avatars and pretend imagery and pretend that that's what we look like. But let's not accept the distortions that come from the cameras that make people look less than like what they really are, or less attractive than what they really are. So walking a fine line there. But I think that all of this technology has not accidentally been calibrated in this way. I think it has all been intentionally calibrated to corral everyone into the desire to create artificial avatar for one reason or another, to create the digital representation of who you are that's not the real you, because that's the slippery slope. And then once you do that, you're kind of uploaded into the augmented reality, and then it's not that far to just do consciousness transfer into your beautiful clone and then lose yourself forever. Don't lose yourself forever. I'd rather have the real you with stretch marks than an avatar clone any day. So stay real, everyone. Stay real. Pedro says, do you think that the Mandela effect is a way for them to check how well their mind control is working? Definitely. Let's go further. When there's more Mandela effects, their control is complete, totally. And I think that they do a lot of social media testing of the waters. Like, there was this one thing that went on over 4 years ago that was, what color is the dress? Is it green and gold, or is it like purple and orange? Everybody had all sorts of fights online. It's green and gold, it's purple and orange, it's clearly this, it's clearly that. And all of that was checking the calibration of how strong the mind control is. And I think something similar is going on right now with this female boxer, who's also a male boxer in the Olympics. It's like, because you look at it in one way and you're like, that's a man, that's not fair. Then you read something else and they have a different picture. They're like, technically, blah, blah, blah. And it's a woman. Then you're like, oh, that's actually a woman. But then you read something else, like has an XY chromosome and the picture looks like a man. So that's a man. So they're flipping and flopping you back and forth perceptually. Like you're like, wait, it's a man. Wait, it's a woman. It's total manipulation. And it has no real validity in terms of sportsmanship or larger gender politics in our world. It is 100% what Pedro says, a way for the controller system to calibrate how well their mind control is working. And when you see a person, if you think like, oh, he's a man, but then all of your friends say, no, 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 it's a woman. And then your mind kind of changes. It's just like, I guess that looks like a woman. Yes. And then you learn something else. You're like, no, it's not really a woman. It's a destabilization of your reality structure. So you have to just be very secure in what you know internally. That dress was white and gold, people. I'm telling you, white and gold. And that's it. And we'll get into the whole transgender stuff about the Olympics because it's just too fraught. But lots and lots of loosh was harvested over that topic. In fact, that was the entire Olympics so far has been about harvesting gender loosh for the control structure. And none of it is healthy and none of it is good. And then I'll also say this, then it has the impact then of bringing people always into this discussion about whether someone who looks a certain way is either a man or a woman. So now there's all of these questions about other athletes and whether they are a woman, they have muscles, they have this, they have that. How are they shaped? What is their body carriage shaped like? And all of that feels very uncomfortable to me. And there are times when people have misgendered me because they're like, look, you're a man, you have a muscle. I'm like, women can have muscles too. They say I'm not a man, I'm just a fit female. So it does some diminishment to women who are athletes when people think that you're a man just because you have muscles. But some athletes that are women with muscles are actually men. So we understand where that's coming from. It's a very complex world. But I'm a woman. Don't want to be crude. Have tampons and I use them. That's it. I don't know if that's a good note to end upon, but I'm being very, very silly. But that whole transgenderism and questions about people's truest nature, that also relates to this agenda too. And actually, I will end on this because I have a wonderful friend who was born intersex and now serves as a minister, a Christian minister, the whole community of people who are LGBTQ and intersex, who are often outcast by the traditional Christian community because they do not fit into boxes. And there's a lot of boxes in traditional Christianity, right? And lots of homophobia and fears and judgment, right? So this is a wonderful person who is ministering to them and serving them. And I had a great conversation with my friend, and I was saying, yeah, people who are like heterosexual are often fearing the transgender and transsexual community because they think that it's going to be a slippery slope into no one's having babies anymore, and it's all AI babies, IVF in the creche, all right? Artificial babies born through surrogates and stuff like that. And what my friend told me is that most of the people in their community that are exploring, non-normative, non-heterosexual gender roles, that they're not trying to destroy families or biological partnership or fertility at all, that they feel like they are actually a bit vulnerable in the population and that they are not the majority and that they're not what is considered regular and that they are sometimes hurt or abused for who they are and that they felt like they're not responsible for the AI agenda. And I kind of agree. You know what I mean? Like in a lot of ways, their community has been hijacked by the AI agenda to dehumanize, depersonalize, and take away biological truth and manufacture people. But the people that are in that community, they didn't say, I agree with AI, like start the pride parade now. Like they're really not doing that. So I think a greater level of self-awareness is required when looking at that and when digging into that agenda. That it does not necessarily mean that people in that community are trying to destroy the family or trying to destroy biological fertility. but I will tell you that the subcutaneous pollutions and that the agenda behind that is 100% trying to destroy human fertility. 100%. And I don't know if it has anything at all to do with any kind of transgenderism, transvestitism, or gayism, or anything like that. But they're definitely trying to stop people from being fertile. The injections absolutely affect the egg luteinizing hormone in females, the ovary, like it causes infertility. So pretty much in everybody that's exposed to directly or indirectly, which is a very, very scary thing. So yeah, to sum everything up, we as a species, and especially the 15% of us who are not fully assimilated, we do not consent. We do not want to lose our fertility and our ability to have babies and have families the way we have for many millennia. And we're not interested in redefining our definition of what it is to be human, to include, like, you know, an artificially manufactured person, a synthetic replicant or a clone or something like that. That is not the future that we want. And we are doing everything we can to prevent that. So I think the melatonin is actually very positive in terms of protecting your ovaries and your reproductive system. So melatonin for the win. Well, we'll end on that. I know it's a difficult topic, but I got to wrap things up because I got to take care of Princess Cheeky. All right. So yeah. Suzuka says, thanks for spending your time with us, Aurora. That was fun. I'm glad I came. I'm glad you came too. You are very welcome. Thank you for spending your time with me. Thank you for spending several hours listening to and ingesting light from me, and for all of the beautiful comments and sharing that we did today. But this was not really just me sharing my curriculum from 10 years ago. Very, very pleased that we had this contextually relevant to today's world conversation, because that's why I do these lectures. That otherwise I could just repeat lectures from previous years. I always keep it relevant to what we are currently experiencing, and I feel like that's hugely important. So also, I felt like today was the leading edge of the crest of the wave of something big that is happening tomorrow. So please do focus on your spiritual practices for today. Do your meditations, do the things that are important to you, do the things that are your ways of connecting with divinity, and do your envisionments for being able to align with what is not only your own best possible future, but the best possible futures for ourselves as a collective. Everything that we talked about today goes into that soup. Everything that we talked about today about not allowing AI or this stuff to control or inhibit our behavior and our development and our ability or inevitability of purging those obstacles from our present reality so that we can restore our divine connections, so that we can actually have ascension the way we're supposed to. And that realization that I had this morning is like, it's not like ascension got knocked off balance because we had to deal with all this doo-doo. I think dealing with this doo-doo is the pathway to ascension. We have to deal with it once and for all so that we don't have a continual negative time loop reverberation of having to deal with this over and over. So keep that in mind. Good luck to us all. Be on your spiritual best game today, tonight, moving into tomorrow, and even into the next day. And use this energy and the availability of this opportunity to generate and align with the greatest possibilities for your own personal, individual attainment, and also the community, the type of world you'd like to be in. That's a good note to end upon. Okay? Thank you, everyone. Now we can say the magic words. Gonna go walkies to the park. All right. Very welcome, Allison. Great to see you. And I have a note written to myself. I know I'm going to send you one of these donuts. I have it written down. I'm going to do it. Okay. So thank you. Thank you very much. All right. And just once again, reminding everyone, deadline is coming up to sign up for my Sedona retreat in early September. So if you're interested, please do sign up. Thank you so much.